Chapter 1824. The Chaos Divine Wood is indeed the number one divine wood in the universe. It can even devour a peak evil progenitor. Shun Daoshu couldn't help but envy Yi Qinfeng as he watched the Chaos Divine would devour the peak evil progenitor and his old injuries flare up. Fruits. When the Chaos Divine would refine the peak evil progenitor, it gave birth to 3 peach-shaped, multicolored fruits. Chaos Divine Fruit. Looking at the fruit born from the primal Chaos Divine Wood, Shun Daoshu's calm face couldn't help but reveal a trace of pleasant surprise. As the number one divine wood in the universe, the fruits it gave birth to were no ordinary items. Qinfeng, can you give me a Chaos Divine Fruit? Shun Daoshu looked at the 3 fruits with burning eyes. Of course. Shun Daoshu was Yi Qinfeng's greatest reliance, so he generously plucked a Chaos Divine Fruit and gave it to Shun Daoshu. Many thanks. Shun Daoshu couldn't help but be excited after obtaining the legendary Chaos Divine Wood. After killing the peak evil progenitor, Yi Qinfeng immediately used the God-Eater brain to sense the area of suppression. He found that there were no opportunities here, but Yi Qinfeng wasn't disheartened. The Chaos Divine would devoured 3 Chaos Divine Fruits from the peak evil progenitor. Their value definitely exceeded that of an ordinary great opportunity. Let's go, Senior. Let's continue deeper and see if we can find any more suppressed evil race bigwigs. All right. Shun Daoshu carefully put away the Chaos Divine Fruit and summoned a drop of divine blood. He used a secret art of the divine race and had the divine blood guide him deeper into the primordial god ruin. Days passed. Yi Qinfeng stayed in the primordial god ruin for more than 3 months. In these 3 months, they found 3 more suppression monuments. Using the same trick, the Chaos Divine would devour the evil race bigwigs suppressed by the monuments and gave birth to 7 Chaos Divine Fruits. In addition to the earlier ones, Yi Qinfeng had 9 Chaos Divine Fruits. The sound of flowing water. Is there a river up ahead? Yi Qinfeng and Shun Daoshu followed the divine blood. When they were traveling through the chaotic space at extreme speed, they suddenly heard the sound of flowing water in front of them. Following the sound of the water, the 2 of them flew for dozens of miles. Through the slowly drifting black fog, they saw a vast and boundless river with flowing black water, cutting off the ancient god relic and blocking their path. What a powerful death chi! There is actually a river of death in the primordial god ruins. Looking at the vast river of death, Yi Qinfeng controlled the God-Eater brain to quickly deduce how wide this river of death was. This river of death is so wide. Yi Qinfeng controlled the God-Eater brain to sense for several breaths of time. To his surprise, he discovered that the incomparably powerful God-Eater brain could not extend to the other side of the river of death. Next, he summoned an inferior-grade Empyrean Saint artifact and threw it with 200 billion kilograms of force. Bang! With an ear-piercing sound, when the inferior-grade Empyrean Saint artifact reached the center of the river of death, a pillar of water that resembled a black dragon burst out of the river and viciously slammed into the inferior-grade Empyrean Saint artifact. The terrifying force directly shattered the Empyrean Saint artifact. What power! Yi Qinfeng's eyes narrowed. He had never thought that a pillar of water from the river of death would actually be able to shatter an inferior-grade Empyrean Saint artifact. This river of death is not simple. It should be formed from the supreme quality ancestral artifact of the evil race in the past. Shun Daoshu secretly observed the slowly flowing river of death and became stern. He slowly said, "If we want to forcefully cross the river, it will be extremely difficult. Senior, we both have supreme quality ancestral artifacts and the chaotic divine wood. Can't we suppress this river of death?" Yi Qinfeng asked softly. "It'll be difficult. Shen Daoxiu shook his head and said, "The evil thousand stream is the highest level supreme quality ancestral artifact in the void god realm. Its power is extremely terrifying. In the past, many ancestral experts of my god race were killed by it, and just now I felt that there is a very terrifying existence in the river of death. It should be the artifact spirit of the evil thousand stream. If we want to suppress the evil thousand stream and reach the other shore, we must first severely wound the artifact spirit. Only then will we have a chance." Yi Qinfeng pondered for a moment and said, "I'll have the primitive Tao embryo lure out the artifact spirit of the evil thousand stream. We'll work together and see if we can injure it." "Okay." Shin Daoxu nodded. He consumed a supreme quality Empyrean Saint pill and stabilized his injuries. He held the divine void sword in his hand and waited in silence. "Primitive Tao embryo, go." Yi Qinfeng's thoughts moved. The primitive Tao embryo flew out and appeared above the river of death, wanting to forcefully cross the river. Boom, boom, boom. Sensing the primitive Tao embryo's aura, the slowly flowing river of death instantly became restless. Pillars of water as thick as buckets shot into the sky like violent dragons and attacked the primitive Tao embryo. Suddenly facing the water pillars, the primitive Tao embryo held the life and death plate and attacked with full force, shattering the water pillars. Life and death plate judge life and death. Relying on its absolute strength to shatter the water pillars, the primitive Tao embryo activated the power of the life and death plate, causing it to become bigger and bigger. It released a powerful force of life and death that crushed the water of death and attacked the artifact, spirit hiding in the river of death. Roar! A roar that did not sound like that of a human could be heard. The artifact, spirit hiding in the depths of the river of death, was enraged. It controlled the river of death to surge and transform into various forms of attacks that ferociously attacked the life and death plate. Slash! At this time, Shin Daoxiu locked onto the artifact spirit and controlled the 4 ancestral Tao diagrams to fuse into the divine void sword, activating all the ancestral runes in the sword and unleashing an unstoppable slash. Like a dazzling silver river, it cut open the river of death and slashed towards the artifact spirit. At this time, Yi Qinfeng also used the Tao of weapon control and activated the scythe's strongest attack, breaking into the river of death. Facing the attacks of Shen Daoxiu and Yi Qinfeng at the same time, the artifact spirit immediately sensed the danger. It controlled the heavy water of the river of death to form layers of barriers, while using strange abilities to dodge the attacks of the 2 supreme-grade ancestral weapons. Boom, boom! The 2 supreme-grade ancestral weapons slashed down, causing the entire river of death to tremble violently. A bottomless chasm was created in the wide river by the 2 supreme-grade ancestral weapons. However, the artifact spirit's dodging speed was too fast. It managed to dodge the attacks in time, causing the attacks to be ineffective. "Where do you think you're going?" Shin Daoxiu's pupils constricted. He pierced through the violently churning river of death and locked onto the artifact spirit that was rapidly dodging. With a flash, he broke into the river of death and interweaved with terrifying sword rays to pursue it with all his might. Chaos Divine would attack! It was also at this moment that Yi Qinfeng summoned the Chaos Divine Wood. He controlled the Chaos Divine Wood to continuously expand, extending tens of thousands of 5-colored roots into the violently churning river of death, restricting the speed of the evil Shura Thousand Streams artifact spirit. However, in the river of death, the artifact spirit's speed was too fast. Coupled with the fact that the water of death was extremely corrosive to the physical body, the heavily injured Shin Daoxiu chased for more than an hour with all his strength, but was unable to severely injure the artifact spirit that was rapidly dodging. The 5-colored roots of the Chaos Divine were even more unable to trap it. As time passed, Shin Daoxiu's defense was continuously penetrated by the water of death and his injuries gradually worsened. Chapter 1825. Senior, are you all right? Yi Qinfeng saw that Shen Daoshi was injured in the River of Death and was shocked. He immediately came to his side and asked with concern, "I'm fine." Shen Daoshi spat out a mouthful of turbid air and said, "This River of Death is more dangerous than I imagined. In this River of Death, it is equivalent to continuously being attacked by the evil slaughter thousand streams. If I were at my peak strength, I would be able to withstand it. But now I can't withstand it for long. Senior, why don't I try using the universe mirror and see if I can use it to cross the river without anyone knowing?" After opening the 5th level of the universe mirror, Yi Qinfeng could already control the spatial movement of the universe mirror. He was prepared to hide in the universe mirror and sneak over. "All right, you can try." Shen Daoshi nodded and returned to the universe mirror with Yi Qinfeng. He borrowed the power of the heaven-piercing Saint Pill to suppress his old injuries. Universe mirror, spatial travel. After Shen Daoshi recovered from his injuries, Yi Qinfeng immediately mobilized a huge amount of universe force and controlled the universe mirror to travel through space. Whoosh! An ear-piercing sound rang out. The universe mirror was like a cold star as it streaked across the sky and flew above the slowly flowing river of death. It flew above the river of death at an extremely fast speed. Boom, boom, boom. As the universe mirror flew rapidly, pillars of water appeared on the river of death. They were like roaring water dragons as they continuously attacked the universe mirror. The universe mirror trembled violently and its flying speed was greatly affected. What a terrifying power! After opening the 5th level of the universe mirror's defense had greatly increased. Ordinary ancestral artifacts could not break its defense. However, under the continuous attacks of the pillars of water, Yi Qinfeng felt fine cracks appear on the universe mirror's defense. Just as his will burn the power of the universe to increase the speed of the universe mirror, a stream of light shot out from the river of death. It was like a resplendent Milky Way that fiercely bombarded the universe mirror, destroying the universe mirror's defense as easily as crushing dry weeds. Not good. The universe mirror's defense is broken. We have to go back. Feeling the universe mirror's defense break, Yi Qinfeng's expression changed slightly. He did not dare to forcefully break through and immediately controlled the universe mirror to fly to the shore. Ka ka ka. At this moment, the universe mirror's defense that was continuously attacked by the endless streams of light was becoming more and more damaged. Helpless, Shen Daoshi left the universe mirror and appeared in the air above the river of death. He held the divine void sword and slashed through the void, shattering the attacks of the river of death. Big brother, what kind of power is attacking us? The commotion in the universe mirror alarmed Mo, who was lying among the flowers and eating top-grade Saint crystals. Like an otherworldly fairy, she appeared beside Yi Qinfeng and asked softly, "We've been attacked by the river of death created by a supreme-grade ancestral artifact." Yi Qinfeng said as he burned his universe power to increase the speed of the universe mirror. "Is it the evil slaughter thousand flows?" Mo blinked her large eyes and pondered for a moment before asking, Mo, you know about the evil slaughter thousand streams?" Yi Qinfeng raised his eyebrows, revealing a surprised expression. "And I just sensed the power attacking us, and the evil slaughter thousand flows appeared in my mind." Mo nodded and said, "Mo, did you come from the ancient god ruins?" Looking at the mysterious Mo, Yi Qinfeng confirmed his earlier guess. I can't remember." Mo, tried hard to recall, but found that her mind was blank and she could not remember anything. Then, Mo, do you have a way for us to smoothly cross this river of death? Yi Qinfeng looked at Mo, who showed a trace of pain, and continued to ask, I can try." Mo took a deep breath and said, "Big brother, take me out." "Take you out?" Yi Qinfeng hesitated, Mo, or it's very dangerous outside. With my strength, I'm afraid I can't guarantee your safety. Don't worry, big brother, the evil slaughter thousand flows can't hurt me. Mo's pink little face showed a confident smile. All right, Yi Chinfeng nodded. Holding the death scythe, he left the universe realm with the mysterious Mo, and appeared in the sky above the river of death, which was full of cracks and chaos. Be careful. The moment Yi Chinfeng appeared with Mo, an extremely fast stream of light attacked Yi Chinfeng and Mo, trying to destroy them. Before Yi Chinfeng could defend with all his strength with the death scythe, Mo suddenly stretched out her finger and gently tapped the void. A strange power shot out from her fingertip and touched the stream of light, directly shattering it. This, Yi Chinfeng's eyes widened and he was stunned by the scene before him. The stream of light that kept shattering the universe, realm's defense, could not stop Mo's finger. This scene completely overturned Yi Chinfeng's understanding. I don't want to hurt you. I just want to cross the river. Quickly stop attacking. After shattering the stream of light with one finger, Mo seemed to have remembered something, and her clear voice revealed a commanding tone. However, the evil slaughter thousand flows artifact spirit was unmoved. It mobilized the river of death to quickly spin and form a roaring black dragon. It opened its bloody mouth and bit at Mo. Humph. Mo snorted softly and pointed her finger again. With this point, Yi Chinfeng's powerful soul force could clearly sense the power of the ancient god Ruin crazily surging over and gathering in the light of her finger. In the blink of an eye, a finger-sized ray of light expanded rapidly, shattering the space. With one finger, it shattered the black dragon formed by the water of death and entered the surging river of death. So strong! Not only was Yi Chinfeng shocked by Mo's strength, but Xindao's heart was also in turmoil. He had a feeling that Mo's finger just now had fused with the power of the ancient god Ruin. Its power probably surpassed that of the supreme grade ancestral artifact, the divine void sword. Rumble! The evil slaughter thousand flows artifact spirit was completely enraged after its attacks were broken. It mobilized the boundless river of death and turned it into layers of flowing light. It was like a river of stars flowing in reverse, attacking Yi Chinfeng and the others, wanting to shatter them. Break! Facing the flowing light attack that was like the end of the world, Mo still did not show any fear. She softly spat out a word and threw a punch at the incoming flowing light. With this punch, the power of the ancient god Ruin was mobilized by her again. Like a majestic mountain, it ruthlessly smashed into the flowing light. Boom! The boundless light collided with Mo's fist radiance and shattered like glass. With a single punch, Mo's mountainous fist continued forward, smashing into the surging river of death. It directly blasted a bottomless hole in the river of death, and the terrifying aftershocks sent the artifact spirit of the evil slaughter thousand streams flying. Who are you? How can you use the power of the ancient god Ruin? The artifact spirit's heart trembled. However, Mo did not answer him. She continued to use the power of the ancient god Ruin to attack the river of death. The terrifying attacks created a vacuum in the river of death that constantly collapsed. Stop fighting. I'll send you across the river. Mo's battle prowess was too terrifying. It deeply shocked the artifact spirit of the evil slaughter thousand flows, causing him to reveal a terrified expression. He was forced to beg for mercy. All right, send us across the river right now, and I'll spare you. Mo glanced at Yi Chinfeng. Seeing his tacit approval, she ordered, Yes. Chapter 1826. Mo, can you see if you can subdue it? Yi Chinfeng did not expect Mo to be so powerful. He wanted to borrow her strength to subdue the evil slaughter thousand streams. I'll try. Mo nodded. Standing on the other side of the river of death, she shouted at the evil slaughter thousand streams. wanting it to follow her. However, the evil slaughter-thousand streams chose to remain silent. No matter how Mo shouted, it ignored her. Helpless, Mo could only give up. Forget it, Mo. If it's not willing to submit, then so be it. Yi Qinfeng also knew the difficulty of subduing a supreme-grade ancestral artifact. He did not force it. By the way, Mo, do you know what secrets are hidden in this ancient god ruin? I can't remember. Mo tried her best to recall, but found that her mind was in a mess. She could not recall anything. Forget it. Mo, return to the universe, realm to rest. If I need you, I'll look for you. After saying that, Yi Qinfeng sent the mysterious Mo into the universe realm. Qingfeng, this little girl is too scary. She's definitely a void god artifact spirit. An existence that could make a supreme-grade ancestral artifact spirit submit was definitely a void god artifact spirit. It seems like the biggest secret of this ancient god ruin is the void god artifact. Yi Qinfeng nodded. That's right. However, void god artifacts are the top existences in this world. Even if I recover to my peak strength, I won't be able to subdue them. However, you have the Chaos Divine Wood, so you can give it a try. Shen Daoshu nodded. Yes, regardless of success or failure, I have to give it a try. Yi Qinfeng knew how terrifying a void god artifact was. If he could subdue the void god artifact and use the artifact controlling Dao, even a peak ancestral almighty would not be able to withstand it. Let's go. Let's continue forward. Shen Daoshu suppressed his old injury and summoned a drop of god blood. He controlled the god blood to guide them deeper into the ancient god ruin. Yes, the power of the array. As they flew, Yi Qinfeng and Mo sensed the power of the array in front of them. It enveloped the area. What a mysterious formation pattern. Just who was it that left this formation here? As Yi Qinfeng approached the great formation that enveloped heaven and earth, he felt that this great formation was very terrifying, surpassing the ordinary ancestral formation. He became interested in the space of this great formation, wanting to see what kind of opportunity was sealed inside. Senior, shall we go in and take a look? Yi Qinfeng asked softly. All right, let's go in. Although the ancient formation before them was extremely powerful, Shen Daoshu was extremely confident in his own strength. He nodded and charged into the ancient formation that enveloped the world with Yi Qinfeng. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As soon as they entered the ancient array, Yi Qinfeng and his companion were immediately attacked by a large number of attack array runes, which instantly engulfed them. Break. Facing the incoming attack patterns from all directions, Shen Daoshu gently took a step forward. As he did so, the 4 ancestral-level Dao diagrams emerged around his body, shattering and annihilating the attack patterns as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Godless Sword. As Shen Daoshu broke through the attack array runes, the god-devouring brain rapidly deduced an opportunity to break the formation. His entire body instantly fused with the demon's sealing sword. His sword pierced through the layers of array, runes, and stabbed at the weak point of the ancient formation. Ka. Under the attack of Yi Qinfeng's sword, a series of shattering sounds rang out in the restless ancient formation, and a huge gap appeared in it. Whoosh, whoosh. With the gap open, Yi Qinfeng and Mo flew out without any hesitation. However, as soon as they flew out of the broken ancient formation, their expressions instantly changed. They discovered that they had entered an even more terrifying formation. The sky was filled with runes that poured down like a waterfall, carrying with them the power to destroy everything. They bombarded their bodies and posed a great threat to them. When they wanted to return to the ancient formation they had just entered, they discovered that the gap that Yi Qinfeng's sword had torn open had disappeared. Formation within a formation. Yi Qinfeng's brows were tightly knitted together. He didn't expect this ancient formation to be a formation within a formation using such a brilliant method. We're in trouble now. Although Shen Daoxiu was very powerful, the formation within a formation that trapped them was even more powerful. Since Shen Daoxiu had yet to recover from his injuries, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. The formation runes that were like a waterfall could easily shatter the bodies of ordinary Ancestor Realm Almighties. Mo, quickly come out and help me. Yi Qinfeng summoned the Chaos Divine Wood, which turned into a towering ancient tree that covered the space above his head. While resisting the waterfall formation runes, he also summoned Mo, who he suspected to be the Void God Artifact Spirit. Mo, can you bring us out of here? At this moment, Yi Qinfeng no longer had any extravagant hopes for the ancient formation. He only wanted to leave this place smoothly. Let me try. Although the formation within a formation was very dangerous, and the slightest discomfort would lead to eternal damnation, there wasn't a trace of panic on Mo-Er's face. She blinked her big eyes and looked around. Let's go over there. Looking around, Mo-Er stretched out her small white hand and pointed to the northwest of the formation. She ignored the waterfall formation rune's attack and flew over with Yi Qinfeng and Mo-Er. The formation runes aren't attacking Mo-Er. When Mo-Er flew to the northwest of the formation runes that fell from the sky seemed to be very afraid of her. They didn't dare to attack her body at all, causing a vacuum to appear around Mo-Er, greatly reducing the pressure on Yi Qinfeng and Shen Daoxiu. Open! As they flew, Mo-Er suddenly stopped. She stretched out her small white hand and gently touched the chaotic space wall. In the next moment, a gap suddenly appeared in the space wall. Mo-Er's body flashed, and she brought Yi Qinfeng and Shen Daoxiu through the cracked space wall. They disappeared into the extremely dangerous formation within a formation and appeared beside a pool that emitted dense spirit chi. Mo-Er, you're too powerful. I realize that you're the nemesis of the ancient god ruins restrictions. Yi Qinfeng couldn't help but sigh as he watched Mo easily break through the formation within a formation and bring him away safely. If it weren't for Mo, he probably wouldn't have been able to take a single step in the ancient god ruin. Just the river of death alone would have been very difficult to cross. I don't know why either. I keep feeling like I've been here before and that this place is very familiar, but I can't remember anything. Mo tried her best to recall, but she still came up empty-handed. Mo, don't think about it if you can't remember. I'll slowly unravel the mystery of your past for you. Yi Qinfeng softly promised as he rubbed Mo-Er's head dotingly. Thank you, big brother. Mo nodded and said gratefully. As she spoke, a powerful soul ripple surged out from the pool. The ripples caused the quiet pool to violently tremble like boiling water. There's someone in the pool. Yi Qinfeng frowned slightly. He controlled the God-Eater brain to quickly deduce. He discovered a huge longevity stone at the bottom of the pool. An old man was embedded in the center of the longevity stone, just as Yi Qinfeng and Shen Daoxiu's powerful souls locked onto the old man, hidden in the longevity stone. The old man who had been trapped in the pool for who knows how long opened his eyes. He slowly floated up with the longevity stone that weighed over 100 million kilograms. Chapter 1827. Who are you? Why are you trapped here? Yi Qinfeng asked in a low voice as he looked at the thin, white-haired old man embedded in the longevity stone, whose flames of life were slowly extinguishing. The heavens have treated me well. While I'm dying, I can still say a few words to an outsider. The thin old man had not seen a living person for countless years, let alone speak with one. Thus, he was very excited to see Qinfeng and the others. After calming down, the thin old man said, I am Gu Taiyuan, a member of the ancient race. Gu Taiyuan, I seem to have heard of your name before. Shen Daoxiu's deep eyes shone brightly. He looked at the thin old man and said, If I remember correctly, you are Gu Qianqiu's son, right? Who are you? Great waves surged in Gu Taiyuan's heart as he looked at Shen Daoxiu in shock. He was shocked that someone actually recognized him. It seems that my guess was correct. Shen Daoxiu revealed a rare smile and said, I heard that you were once a peerless genius of the ancient race, second only to your father. I didn't expect that you would be trapped here and stop at the 5-star Dao ancestor realm. You and I are from the same era? Gu Taiyuan's era was far too distant from the present. Those who survived all cultivated to the peak of this world. That's right. I am Shen Daoxiu, from the same generation as your master. Shen Daoxiu nodded and said proudly, Shen Daoxiu, one of the ancestors of the God race. The God race was the number 1 race in the Void God realm, and Shen Daoxiu was the ancestor of the God race. He was very famous in the entire Void God realm, and Gu Taiyuan had also heard of his name. Senior, wasn't it rumored that you died in the battle that year? The God race and the ancient race had a good relationship. When the God race was besieged by the other races, led by the Celestials, the ancient race secretly helped the God race fend off the enemy. However, the enemy was too strong, and the God race's inheritance was still destroyed. The ancient race was also affected. Only my external incarnation died in battle. My true body is trapped in the tomb of the Great Void and has only recently appeared in the world. Shen Daoxiu gave a simple explanation. When Yi Qinfeng saw that Shen Daoxiu and Gu Taiyuan were familiar with each other, he relaxed his guard and asked, Senior, how did you get trapped here? What secrets does this primeval god ruin conceal? Since Senior Divine Void has arrived, I will tell you the secret of this place. This is the evil land, the ancestral land of the evil races. Back then, the celestial race's inheritance was cut off by the other races. But there were still many celestial race experts who managed to escape, including the celestial race's great ancestor, Shen Henggu. The God race was destroyed and many new races were born, including the evil race. The birth of the evil race caused great suffering, and it affected the entire Void God realm. In the end, it angered great ancestor Shen Henggu. He used the Void God weapon, Universal Origin Sword, to cut off the celestial race's ancestral land and suppress the evil ancestor. He also used the Universal Origin Sword to suppress the evil god, who had just turned the world around and cultivated to the Void God realm. Gu Taiyuan revealed many of the secrets he knew. The Universal Origin Sword, the celestial race's number 1 weapon. The Universal Origin Sword is here. Shen Daoxiu exclaimed in shock. The Universal Origin Sword was the celestial race's treasure, and it had unimaginable power. It could kill void gods and destroy realms. Even among the void god weapons, it was the top existence. Yes, Gu Taiyuan nodded and said, because the relationship between the ancient race and the god race was good, my master found out about this by chance. He ordered me to bring the ancient race's experts here to kill the evil ancestor and bring the Universal Origin Sword back to the ancient race. However, great ancestor Shinheng Gu set up a shocking formation to protect the Universal Origin Sword, and the evil god also left many restrictions. Except for me, everyone else was killed by the restrictions in this space. I was severely injured by great ancestor Shinheng Gu's finger, and I'm trapped in this formation, unable to get out. You were severely injured by great ancestor Shinheng Gu? Is great ancestor Shinheng Gu still alive? Shen Daoxiu showed a hint of excitement. Shen Daoxiu and Shinheng Gu were both great ancestors of the god race, and Shinheng Gu's overall battle strength was ranked number 1 among the great ancestors of the god race, and he was even stronger than Shen Daoxiu. If Shinheng Gu was still alive and found the Universal Origin Sword, then the god race's hope of rising would greatly increase. Great ancestor Shinheng Gu didn't die, but so many years have passed, and I don't know if he's alive or dead, Gu Taiyuan said. Gu Taiyuan, then do you know where we can find great ancestor Shinheng Gu? Shen Daoxiu asked. Great ancestor Shinheng Gu severely injured me in the endless abyss, but the formation that trapped us is extremely powerful. I've been trapped here for countless years, and I'm still unable to break this formation and leave. Gu Taiyuan sighed softly. Is that so? This formation within a formation is so powerful. Shen Daoxiu frowned slightly. Yes, this isn't an ordinary formation within a formation. It's a great formation that great ancestor Shen Hung used space to carve and create. If we want to break this formation and leave, we first have to find the space carving and destroy it. Gu Taiyuan nodded and said, The space carving is erratic and it's very difficult to determine its location, let alone destroy it. Mo. Do you have a way to find the space carving and destroy it? Yi Qinfeng basically confirmed Mo's identity. She should be the tool spirit of the Void God Tool Universal Origin Sword, which was why she wasn't attacked by any restrictions in the ancient god ruin. I'll try my best. Mo nodded and said, You want her to destroy the space carving? Gu Taiyuan's eyes widened as he stared at the cute Mo, trying to see through her. However, no matter how Gu Taiyuan looked at Mo, he couldn't see through her. After observing her for a while, Gu Taiyuan felt that Mo was like a cloud of fog, mysterious and unfathomable. Yes, Mo is the key to whether we can leave this place successfully. Yi Qinfeng nodded and handed her the Death Scythe, a top-grade ancestral artifact, and said, Be careful. Don't worry, big brother. That formation within a formation can't do anything to me. Mo smiled confidently and cutely. Holding the Death Scythe, she slashed through the spatial wall and returned to the formation within a formation. Senior Daoxiu, where did this little girl come from? Gu Taiyuan found that he couldn't see through Mo, and became even more curious about her identity. If I say that she's the tool spirit of the Universal Origin Sword, would you believe me? Shen Daoxiu said mysteriously. What? The tool spirit of the Universal Origin Sword? Gu Taiyuan's eyes widened in shock. However, soon afterwards, excitement appeared in his muddy eyes. If Mo really was the tool spirit of the Universal Origin Sword, then there was hope for him to leave this place while he was still alive. As long as he could return to the ancient clan, he might be able to use the ancient clan's countless years of heritage to repair his cracks in life and live for another 10,000 years. As Yi Qinfeng and the other two waited in silence, a deafening explosion suddenly rang out from the terrifyingly powerful formation within a formation. Very soon, terrifying cracks appeared in the formation within a formation, and the power of the formation within a formation decreased. I am finally going to leave this damned place. Gu Taiyuan's emotions fluctuated violently when he sensed the power of the formation within a formation rapidly decreasing. Around an hour later, an earth-shaking shattering sound rang out from the formation within a formation. Mo wielded the Death Scythe and slashed through the shattered space carving, destroying the formation within a formation. Chapter 1828. Five-colored Godstone. It's actually a five-colored Godstone. In the Void God world, the best cultivation energy stone was the top-grade Saint Crystal. Above the top-grade Saint Crystal was the legendary Ancestor Stone. Even more precious than the Ancestor Stone were the five-colored divine stones that the Void God Almighties used to cultivate. They contained divine power and were very difficult to find. It could be said that five-colored Godstones were more precious than any ancestral pill or treasure to peak ancestor realm experts. With a five-colored Godstone, Shen Daoxiu could use the divine power within to slowly refine his body and transform his Dao power, increasing his chances of becoming a faux god. Qingfeng, these five-colored Godstones are very important to me. Can you give me 5 of them? Shen Daoxiu took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. Of course. Yi Qinfeng was not stingy. He gave Shen Daoxiu 5 five-colored Godstones and 1 to Gu Taiyuan. Gu Taiyuan was so excited that he repeatedly thanked him. Let's go. Let's go to the endless abyss. I hope ancient eternity is still alive. Shen Daoxiu put away the 5 incomparably precious five-colored Godstones. Then followed Gu Taiyuan through the layers of chaotic space and into the endless abyss. Senior, I can see that your life force is fading. This bottle of heaven returning water should be useful to you. Although Gu Taiyuan had locked himself in the lifespan stone, he was still a 5-star Dao ancestor after the passage of time. His vitality and internal organs were deteriorating, and his battle prowess was greatly reduced. The primordial god ruins was full of dangers, and Yi Qinfeng needed an important battle prowess like him. Therefore, he wasn't stingy and gave him a bottle of heaven returning water that could bring the dead back to life and nourish the body. Heaven returning water. You actually have such divine water. Seeing Yi Qinfeng give him the bottle of heaven returning water, Gu Taiyuan revealed a very excited expression. With this bottle of heaven returning water, he could at least restore some of his life, force, and body's vitality. Junior, I'll remember your kindness. I'll definitely repay you in the future. Gu Taiyuan was not a bashful person. He took the returning heavenly water and drank it, quickly nourishing his body and recovering his severely weakened vitality. About 3 days later, Yi Qinfeng and the other 2 followed Gu Taiyuan to a crack in the depths of the primordial god ruins that looked like the mouth of a devil. This crack was the endless abyss that Gu Taiyuan had mentioned. What a powerful suppressive force! Standing on the precipitous cliff and overlooking the endless abyss covered by black clouds, Shen Daoxu's powerful soul force clearly felt that the endless abyss was filled with a powerful suppressive force, suppressing the entire endless abyss. He had no doubt that with his peak godly ancestor strength, he would be suppressed by the strong suppression force in the bottomless abyss. Mo, what can you feel? Yi Qinfeng asked softly as he looked at Mo, who was wearing a long white dress and looking increasingly otherworldly. Mo frowned and said in disgust, I feel a very disgusting power down there. It seems that Henggu is hiding here to suppress a powerful ancestor of the evil clan. Shen Daoxu said slowly, Let's go down. Although Shen Daoxu had a premonition that the bottomless abyss was full of dangers, he did not shrink back. He took Yi Qinfeng, Gu Taiyuan, and Mo, and flew into the bottomless abyss. They passed through layers of black fog and flew to the bottom of the bottomless abyss at an extremely fast speed. As they flew to the bottom of the bottomless abyss, Yi Qinfeng and the other 2 were affected by the suppressive force in the space. Mo, who was tightly held in Yi Qinfeng's arms, was not affected at all. However, the disgust on her cute face became more and more intense. After an unknown period of time, the 4 of them finally reached the bottom of the bottomless abyss. When Yi Qinfeng held the moonlight stone in his hand and illuminated the entire space, he discovered a dark golden ancient tablet that was over 30 feet tall. It was engraved with the ancient seal character, suppress. And the powerful suppressive force that came from the endless abyss was released by this ancient tablet. Below the ancient steel sat 2 white-haired old men who were all skin and bones without a trace of life. Ancient eternity. Although the 2 old men's bodies and faces had long since withered and deformed, Shen Daoxu could still recognize one of them with a single glance. It was ancient eternity, the leader of the 6 great ancestors of the god race. Grandpa, don't get too excited. They're not dead. Mo said softly as she glanced at the 2 old men who were sitting cross-legged. Really? Yi Qinfeng and the others all looked at Mo. Mo can sense that there's still life in their bodies. Mo nodded and said, However, their life force is very weak. If we want to save them, we have to break that ancient steel. Okay, I'll go break it. Ancient eternity was extremely important to the god race. If he could be saved, the god race would have hope of rising again. Moreover, ancient eternity was related to the myriad origin sword. Wait, Senior. Yi Qinfeng suddenly called out to Shen Daoxu. Now is not the best time to save Senior Ancient Eternity. You're saying we have to deal with the peak evil ancestor first? Shen Daoshu had already sensed the evil power in the old man opposite ancient eternity and guessed his identity. The evil race has an undying body. I'm afraid that if we blindly break the ancient steel, the peak evil ancestor will use the undying body to recover his strength. Yi Chenfeng nodded and said, I have a way to deal with him. Once I control his brain, we'll break the ancient steel and save Senior Ancient Eternity. Thinking that Yi Chenfeng had the brain of the soul devourer, Shen Daoshu suppressed the impulse in his heart and nodded. All right, then I'll leave everything to you. Mo, do you have a way for me to get close to the peak evil ancestor? Yi Chenfeng asked. I'll try my best. Mo revealed a serious expression. She stretched out her small white hand and quickly tapped. Every time she tapped, she could mobilize the power of the ancient god ruin and gather it in her sharp fingertip. She kept tapping on the space suppressed by the ancient steel. After about an incense stick's worth of time, a huge gap appeared in the space suppressed by the ancient steel. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Chenfeng summoned the soul devourer that had just been born and took the risk to approach the peak evil ancestor who seemed to have one foot in the grave. The moment he approached the peak evil ancestor, Yi Chenfeng immediately felt a powerful evil power enter his body through his pores and devour his blood and life force. Chaos Divine would devour evil power. At this critical moment, Yi Chenfeng controlled the Chaos Divine would to extend tens of thousands of five-colored roots and devour the evil power from the peak evil ancestor to protect his body. Then he quickly struck out the soul devourer's brain, allowing it to touch his withered white hair. When it touched the peak evil ancestor's head, the brain of the soul devourer flowed through his 7 orifices and into his soul sea, eroding his brain and consciousness. Roar. Chapter 1829. Chenfeng. Seeing that Yi Chenfeng was in danger, Shen Daoshu's heart tightened. The 4 ancestral Dao diagrams fused into the divine void sword, activating all the ancestral markings inside. With a slash, the space under the ancient steel cracked inch by inch. The terrifying sword light with the power to destroy everything ruthlessly slashed at the peak evil ancestor, forcing him to defend with all his strength. Yi Chenfeng, who was severely injured, seized this opportunity and used his undying divine ability to heal his injuries in an instant. He quickly retreated with lingering fear in his heart. Ao. Sensing the invasion of Soul Eater's brain, the peak evil ancestor let out a painful howl. Waves of powerful energy spread out from his withered body, shattering the space. Let's work together to destroy the ancient steel and save Henggu. The peak evil ancestor's attack was too terrifying. Shen Daoshu was afraid that Shen Henggu would be affected, so he immediately joined forces with Gu Taiyuan to attack the ancient steel with all their strength. They wanted to destroy the ancient steel and remove the space suppression to save Shen Henggu. Shen Daoshu was a peak god ancestor, while Gu Taiyuan was a 5-star Dao ancestor. In addition, Shen Daoshu had a supreme grade ancestral weapon, while Gu Taiyuan had a high-grade ancestral weapon, the immemorial ancestral spear. The 2 of them attacked with all their strength and continuously destroyed the ancient steel. Under their relentless attacks, more and more cracks appeared on the surface of the ancient steel. In the end, this ancient steel that had been suppressed in the abyss for countless years shattered. Shen Henggu, who looked like a lifeless tree, was saved by Shen Daoshu, whose old injuries were faintly flaring up. I'll kill you all! The peak evil ancestor roared crazily and opened his blood-red eyes. He looked at Yi Chenfeng and attacked like a madman. Chenfeng, you guys stay away. Shen Daoshu was afraid that an accident would happen, so he ignored his old injuries and rushed forward with the divine void sword. He fought with the peak evil ancestor who had an undying body. Soul Eater's brain continued to erode his consciousness, making the peak evil ancestor feel a strong threat. On the verge of death, he activated all the potential in his body and fought against Shin Daoshu without falling into a disadvantage. Divine Void Sword, slash! Shin Daoshu shouted loudly. His entire body fused with the Divine Void Sword. This sword tore through the peak evil ancestor's attack and pierced through his withered body. But at the next moment, the peak evil ancestor used the undying divine technique to repair his body that was pierced by the Divine Void Sword. He then mobilized his ancestral evil power to continue attacking Shin Dao Void. The way of equipment manipulation, Death God Scythe. During the intense battle between the Void Divine Stage evil ancestor and the evil ancestor at the peak, Yi Qinfeng used the Dao of weapon manipulation and activated the Death God Scythe's strongest attack. The scythe sucked away all the golden Dao energy in his body, and with an invincible might, it ruthlessly slashed at the evil ancestor's body that was restricted by the Void Divine Stage evil ancestor. Chi, the Death God Scythe slashed down, and the terrifying saber might directly split the peak evil ancestor's body into two. But soon, the peak evil ancestor used the undying divine technique to repair his body. He crazily attacked Yi Qinfeng, wanting to tear him apart. At this moment, Gu Taiyuan rushed over like lightning and stabbed out with his spear. The ancient spear light blended with the power of heaven and earth and broke through the peak evil ancestor's newly repaired body. It pierced through his chest and heavily injured his body once again. Although the peak evil ancestor had the undying divine body and could repair his body again and again, every time he repaired his body, his power would weaken a little. And at this moment, Soul Eater seized the opportunity to quickly erode his soul sea and control his consciousness, causing his attacks to become slower and slower. In the end, the peak evil ancestor was suppressed by everyone's power, and his consciousness was almost completely eroded by Soul Eater. This is just as Yi Qinfeng was trying to control the Soul Eater brain to communicate with the evil progenitor at the peak. He unexpectedly discovered a bloodline inheritance power in the depths of his soul sea, guarding his final consciousness and preventing the Soul Eater brain from invading. Peak ancestral gods really aren't that easy to control. Soul Eater could not erode his final consciousness, so he could not completely control him for Yi Qinfeng's use. However, Yi Qinfeng believed that no matter how strong Soul Eater's bloodline inheritance power was, it would not be able to follow his will forever. Sooner or later, Soul Eater would be able to invade his soul sea and completely control him. Senior, are you all right? Yi Qinfeng sent the unconscious peak evil ancestor into the universe realm. He arrived at Shen Daoshu's side and asked with concern, "What happened?" "In the battle just now, my old injuries have flared up again. Once we leave this place, I will need a long time to heal, and I'm afraid I won't be able to help you while I'm healing," the pale Shin Daoshu said softly. "Okay." Yi Qinfeng nodded. He took out an extremely precious ancestral pill and gave it to Shin Daoshu so that he could suppress his old injuries. Borrowing the immense medicinal energy of the ancestral pill to suppress his old injuries for a short time, Shen Daoshu walked over to the withered and unconscious Shen Henggu. "Qingfeng, can you give me another life essence spirit bead?" Shen Daoshu examined Shen Henggu's body and found that his condition was not very good, so he asked. "No problem." Yi Qinfeng nodded. He took out a life essence spirit bead and fed it to Shen Henggu. Life essence spirit bead. Seeing Yi Qinfeng feed Shen Henggu a life essence spirit bead, Gu Taiyuan was shaken. Even his ancient race did not have such a supreme treasure. He became slightly curious about Yi Qinfeng's identity. Under the nourishment of the life essence spirit bead, Shen Henggu's withered vitality slowly recovered. His nearly stagnant Dao energy also began to slowly circulate. Around a day later, Shen Henggu's withered body gradually returned to normal. He had woken up from a long slumber. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw Shin Daoshu. His turbid eyes were filled with shock, excitement, and a complicated expression. "Daoshu, it really is you. Sensing the familiar aura from Shen Daoxiu, Shen Henggu grabbed his arm and said excitedly, "It's me. I've come to find you." Looking at his close friend from the past, Shen Daoxiu also became excited. Good, good, good. I didn't think that you would still be alive. The heavens truly have not forsaken my god race. Shen Henggu revealed a rare smile. Right, who are they? This young friend is Yao Tian's son. This is a member of the ancient race. And this is the artifact spirit of the myriad origin sword. Shen Daoxiu drank a small bottle of heaven-returning water and gently helped him up. Right, Henggu? Just what happened back then? Why did you engage in a battle to the death with the evil race? Shen Henggu glanced at Yi Qinfeng and the other two and said in an earth-shattering manner, I exterminated the evil race because they are related to the Celestials. What? The evil race is related to the Celestials? Shen Daoxiu asked in surprise. Yes, this is also a secret that I accidentally learned back then. Shen Henggu nodded. The destruction of the god and devil races, the spirit race, and a portion of the human race was all part of the Celestials' scheme. The Celestials used the bloodlines of the various races to transplant into the bodies of the god and devil races, using their bodies to give birth to the evil race. That's why the evil race is so heaven-defying after being born, possessing an undying body. Without any other choice, I could only take a risk. Taking advantage of the evil race's development, I brought my god race's inheritance treasure, the myriad origin sword, and killed my way into the evil land. However, I didn't expect that the evil race would give birth to a void god. In that battle, I sunk the evil land. In the end, I was heavily injured, but I managed to use the celestial race's divine stone inheritance and the soul-suppressing steel to suppress the evil races. Then I used the myriad origin sword to suppress the evil gods and this space and escaped underground. However, when I used everything I had to suppress the evil race, a peak evil ancestor wanted to escape. Without any other choice, I used my body and the final ancient steel to suppress him here. Shen Henggu slowly narrated. Although his narration was very slow, it set off a huge wave in the ears of Yi Qinfeng and the others. They could imagine the hardships of Shen Henggu's battle back then. It could be said that he was prepared to die. If Shen Henggu hadn't used the myriad origin sword to suppress the evil race, perhaps the void god realm would have already been the world of the Celestials. Chapter 1830. Henggu, it's been hard on you. You've sacrificed too much for the void god world and our god clan. Shen Daoxiu took a deep breath and said, However, I believe that after surviving a great disaster, our god clan will definitely be able to stand at the top of the world again. Yes, as long as we don't die, I believe that we'll definitely see that day. Shen Henggu nodded. Henggu, take care of your injuries. After you stabilize your injuries, we'll go find the universal origin sword. I think that after so many years, even if the evil god hasn't been killed by the universal origin sword, he should be at the end of his rope. If we work together, we still have a chance to kill him. Shen Daoxiu suggested. All right. Shen Henggu nodded and used the god clan's inherited cultivation method to quickly refine the life origin spirit pearl and heaven returning water to recover his life force and battle strength. After about 10 days, Yi Qinfeng and the others left the bottomless abyss. Under Shen Henggu's lead, they arrived at the deepest part of the ancient god ruins. From afar, they saw the universal origin sword that was like a pillar supporting the heavens. It was stuck in the deepest part of the ancient god ruins and had traces of black energy on its surface. Under the universal origin sword, there was a black quagmire. Waves of deathly energy flowed on the surface of the quagmire. Can you feel that the evil god is still alive? Was the artifact spirit of the universal origin sword. Everyone wanted to know whether the evil god was dead or alive through her. I can't feel it. Closed her eyes and tried to communicate with the universal origin sword. However, she found that she had lost contact with the universal origin sword. She couldn't sense the evil god's existence at all. Yes, wait for me here. I'll go closer and take a look. Although Shen Daoshu's injuries had flared up, he believed that with his strength, he still had hope of escaping from the evil god. Holding the universal origin sword, he approached step by step. Shin Daoshu approached step by step. The black quagmire suppressed by the universal origin sword did not react at all. However, when Shin Daoshu appeared around the quagmire and looked into the depths of the quagmire, he saw a huge body that had been pierced through by the universal origin sword. Suddenly, the body opened its pitch-black eyes that resembled space vortexes and stabbed into Shin Daoshu's eyes. Immediately, a large amount of blood flowed out from Shin Daoshu's eyes. As a peak ancestor expert, he was injured by a single glance from the evil god who had been suppressed by the myriad origin sword for God knows how many years. His eyes were pierced by the evil god's gaze. Sensing the danger, the divine path emptiness quickly retreated. But at this moment, the suddenly awakened evil god opened his mouth and spat out a beam of black light, which shot towards Shin Daoshu's body like a shooting star. Seeing that Shin Daoshu was in danger, Yi Qinfeng and the others attacked at the same time, attacking the meteor-like black light. They wanted to shatter the black light and save Shin Daoshu. However, this black beam of light was too fast. Yi Qinfeng's trio's attacks could not block it at all. At this critical moment, Shin Daoshu didn't care about the old injuries on his body. His entire body fused with the divine void sword and slashed out a heaven-shocking sword strike, slashing at this meteor black light. PFFF! PFFF! After taking the blow head-on, Shin Daoshu was sent flying by the black light spat out by the evil god, leaving behind several mouthfuls of blood essence in the air. As the black light continued to attack, the attacks of Yi Qinfeng and the other two arrived one after another, bombarding the black light. They worked together to shatter the black light, saving the severely injured Shin Daoshu. I didn't think that after so many years, the evil god still has such strength. Shin Daoshu, who was severely injured and bleeding from both eyes, retreated to the side of Yi Qinfeng and the others and said with lingering fear, if he didn't run quickly, he had a feeling that the evil god's power was enough to kill him. Shan Henggu, I didn't think you were still alive. The awakened evil god sensed Shan Henggu's aura and let out a savage voice. Humph, you're not dead. How can I die? Shin Henggu snorted coldly and replied domineeringly, Shan Henggu, how about we make a deal? I'll let me go, and I'll help your god race rebuild. Evil god's voice was like thunder from the 9 heavens, exploding in Yi Qinfeng's ears, causing their eardrums to hurt and their souls to tremble. Humph, my god race is the #1 race in the universe. We definitely won't be on the same side as trash created by the heaven race like you. Shin Henggu snorted coldly. Shan Henggu, you're courting death. Shan Henggu's words touched the evil god's reverse scale, making him furious, making him want to kill. Let's go. With our current strength, we probably won't be able to kill him. Wait until we recover our peak strength. Then we'll think of a way to kill him. The scene of the evil god severely injuring Shin Daoshu was too shocking, so Shin Henggu and the others didn't dare to approach him. They had no choice but to give up on the idea of taking away the myriad origin sword and prepare to leave. Big brother, I won't go with you guys. I want to stay here. Mo's eyes were fixed on the myriad origin sword. Feeling the sword's call, she gently bit her alluring red lips and said, you want to, big brother. Mo will wait for you here. I'll wait for you to take Mo away the next time you come. Mo revealed a gentle smile. She suddenly tapped the ground with the tip of her foot and flew toward the myriad origin sword at an extremely fast speed. No, the myriad origin sword's weapon spirit, why are you back? Sensing Mo's aura, the evil god's voice revealed a trace of panic. He shouted loudly and released a terrifying force of the evil god to attack Mo. However, before the force of the evil god could touch Mo's body, It was shattered by a sword ray from the myriad origin sword. Mo took advantage of this opportunity to enter the myriad origin sword and fuse with it. Mo fused with the myriad origin sword, and a powerful sword intent emanated from the myriad origin sword. It quickly refined the black chi on the sword and increased the suppressive force, weakening the evil god's power. Ayo, I'm immortal! The evil god let out an angry roar and released the force of the evil god to attack with all his might. However, the myriad origin sword completely suppressed him. No matter how he struggled, it was useless. In the end, the futile evil god calmed down, and the boiling death swamp also returned to its calm state. Mo, wait for me. The next time I come, I'll definitely destroy the evil god and leave with the myriad origin sword. Yi Qinfeng glanced at the invincible myriad origin sword and muttered to himself. He then left with Xin Daoxiu and the rest. The ancient god ruins wasn't a place of opportunity. Almost all the treasures of the evil race were destroyed by the myriad origin sword. Yi Qinfeng didn't want to stay here for long and prepared to leave the ancient god ruins. When they left to cross the river of death, they originally wanted to work together to subdue the evil Sha Thousand Streams artifact spirit. However, the evil Sha Thousand Streams artifact spirit sensed Xin Heng's ancient aura and immediately hid in the river of death. This caused Yi Qinfeng and the rest's plan to subdue it to fail. 3 seniors, go to the universe realm to heal your injuries. I can deal with the rest of the trouble by myself. Yi Qinfeng gave Xin Daoxiu and the other 2 a life origin spirit pearl. All right. Shen Daoxiu and the other 2 consumed the life origin spirit pearl and returned to the universe realm. Under the 30 times faster flow of time, they healed their injuries. Swish! An ear-piercing sound rang out. Yi Qinfeng determined the direction and summoned the undying wings to fly towards the entrance of the ancient god ruins. Chapter 1831. Buzz! 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 Energy halos suddenly appeared at the quiet entrance of the ancient god ruins, alerting dozens of extremely powerful almighties hidden in the mountains. In the next moment, an extremely powerful formation shrouded the entrance of the space and sealed the entire space. An ancient formation. When Yi Qinfeng walked out of the entrance of the ancient god ruins and saw the ancient formation that sealed the area, he revealed an intriguing smile. He had already guessed who was so bold as to set up a formation at the entrance of the ancient god ruins to trap him. Yi Qinfeng, you're finally out. A cold voice was heard. The 6th elder of the ancient clan, Gu Jianglu, and the others who had been humiliated by Yi Qinfeng appeared outside the formation. They looked at Yi Qinfeng, who was trapped in the formation, with hatred in their eyes. As important figures of the ancient clan, they had never been humiliated like this. All of this was brought upon them by Yi Qinfeng. You want to trap me with a mere ancient formation? You're too naive. Yi Qinfeng snorted. The God-Eater brain quickly deduced and easily found the flaw of the ancient formation that trapped him. Ancestor-level sword soul, break. With a thought, the ancestor-level sword soul flew out of Yi Qinfeng's sea of soul. It carried a powerful ancestral aura as it slashed at the flaw of the ancient formation. Ka! 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 Under the attack of the ancestor-level sword soul, the powerful ancient formation cracked. Yi Qinfeng's body flashed and flew out like a bolt of lightning. Yi Qinfeng, you're really capable. The ancient formation that we spent a month to set up can't do anything to you. Seeing Yi Qinfeng break out of the formation easily, Gu Jianglu didn't show any fear on his face. He revealed a strange smile as he spoke slowly. Don't waste any more time. Ask the person behind you to come out. Yi Qinfeng looked at the ferocious Gu Jianglu and said with disdain, Junior, I realize that you're extraordinarily bold. You even dare to provoke my son. A deep voice suddenly sounded. It was so loud that even the space trembled. In the next moment, an old man in a dark gray robe with snow-white hair and beard stepped on two streams of light. He exuded a strong ancestral aura as he walked slowly through the void. 4-star Tao ancestor. Looking at the old man in gray robes, Yi Qinfeng's eyes narrowed. He realized that the old man was a 4-star Tao ancestor. Gu Jianglu, is this what you're relying on? Although the gray-robed old man was a great threat, Yi Qinfeng was not afraid at all. He said indifferently, I'm afraid he can't do anything to me. Junior, you're too arrogant. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant when I capture you later. Gu Jiangliu's father, the third elder of the ancient clan, Gushan, said with a gloomy face. He stretched out his right hand that was as white as jade and more delicate than a woman's. He made a grabbing motion in the void, which turned into a huge hand that blotted out the sky and grabbed at Yi Qinfeng. Long Xiaotian, teach him a good lesson. Gu Taiyuan was refining the life origin spiritual bead to heal his injuries. Yi Qinfeng didn't wake him up by force. Yi Qinfeng also wanted to teach the lawless ancient clan a good lesson. So he summoned Long Xiaotian, who was a 4-star demon ancestor. Roar! A dragon's roar that shook one's heart sounded. Long Xiaotian roared at the sky and let out an earth-shattering roar. The roar directly shattered Gushan's huge hand that blotted out the sky. You are indeed from the Dragon Clan. Feeling the powerful dragon aura from Long Xiaotian, Gushan's deep eyes lit up. The ancient clan has no enmity with the Dragon Clan. Why are you helping the tyrant and bullying my son? Old man, you talk too much. Long Xiaotian was also a lawless person. He didn't waste time talking nonsense with Gushan. He turned into a huge dragon shadow and attacked Gushan, fighting him on the mountains. Although Gushan had broken through to the 4-star Tao ancestor realm, he hadn't been in the realm for a long time. Long Xiaotian had the ancestral dragon pearl, the most precious treasure of the Dragon Clan. With the help of the ancestral dragon pearl, he could fully exert the strength of a peak 4-star demon ancestor. In the blink of an eye, Long Xiaotian suppressed Gushan's attacks and forced him to retreat. This, father, is also not a match for that Dragon Clan man. Looking at Gushan, who was sent flying by Long Xiaotian's ancestral dragon aura, Gu Jianglu and the others felt their hearts sink to the bottom. They felt very uneasy. All right, stop watching. It's our turn. Yi Qinfeng put his hands behind his back and looked at the uneasy Gu Jianglu and the others. He replied in a domineering manner. Good, good, good. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant when I catches you. The 6th elder was so angry that he laughed. He unleashed the strength of a 2-star Tao ancestor and attacked Yi Qinfeng with the ancestral dragon aura with a bone staff that flowed with powerful Tao will. You! Yi Qinfeng showed a hint of disdain. He burned his primordial bloodline and merged with the divine blood pearl. He instantly reached the peak of the 1-star Tao ancestor realm. Then he summoned the flying fairy sword, a mid-grade ancestral artifact, and unleashed nearly 400 billion gene of strength to meet the attack. Boom! The flying fairy sword collided with the bone staff of the 6th elder, and an earth-shattering explosion swept through the entire space. Although Yi Qinfeng's realm was far inferior to that of the 6th elder, who was a 2-star Tao ancestor, the flying fairy sword was a mid-grade ancestral artifact with great power. In addition, Yi Qinfeng's body was filled with nearly 400 billion gene of strength. Not only did he not fall into a disadvantage, but he also gained the upper hand. 6th elder will help you. Gu Jianglu, Elder Gujio, and the others all attacked. They wanted to combine their strength to severely injure Yi Qinfeng and take him down. Primitive Tao embryo. At the critical moment, the primitive Tao embryo of the 3-star Tao ancestor level split into Yi Qinfeng's body and blocked the attacks of Gu Jianglu and the others with an indestructible body. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? Facing the aggressive Gu Jianglu and the others, Yi Qinfeng was furious. His body emitted endless killing intent, and his entire body merged with the flying fairy sword. A sword that killed nothing, a sword that was invincible. As the sword stabbed out, a deep sword mark appeared in the chaotic space. The terrifying sword light with invincible power slashed toward the frightened Gu Jianglu. Facing this sword, Gu Jianglu and the others used all their strength to attack and weaken the power of Yi Qinfeng's sword. Just as Gu Jianglu and the others worked together to block Yi Qinfeng's invincible sword, Gu Jianglu's hair stood on end. His powerful soul power sensed danger behind him, and he dodged without thinking. However, the moment he dodged, an extremely sharp sword light pierced through the sky and slashed his waist, splitting his body in half. A large amount of blood spurted out like a fountain. Jianglu. Gu Shan, who was controlling the ancestral device and fighting with Long Xiaotian, saw Yi Qinfeng splitting Gu Jianglu's body. His eyes turned blood red, and he decisively gave up on Long Xiaotian and charged toward Yi Qinfeng like a madman. Before he could get close, the primitive Tao embryo blocked him with a life and death plate. The space-crushing life and death plate slammed into his body, neutralizing his fatal attack and knocking him back. Crack! The moment Gu Shan was knocked back by the life and death plate, Long Xiaotian performed the dragon race's inherited mystique. His fist turned into 9 dragons and landed on Gu Shan's body, shattering his defense and sending him flying. A large amount of blood spurted out of his mouth. Do you guys still want to fight? Yi Qinfeng looked at Gu Jianglu, who had his body split open and was groaning in pain in a pool of blood, and Gu Shan, who had been severely injured by Long Xiaotian, and asked in an overbearing manner, "Kid, don't be so arrogant. Just wait for the ancient race to hunt you down." Gu Jianglu, who had consumed the elixir to quickly recover his body, looked at Yi Qinfeng with hatred and said with gritted teeth. Yi Qinfeng glanced at Gu Jianglu's pale face with sharp eyes and said with a murderous intent, "Gu Jianglu, you still dare to provoke me? Seems like I don't have to let you live anymore." You, sensing Yi Qinfeng's murderous intent, Gu Jianglu's heart skipped a beat. He immediately looked at Gu Shan for help. "Sir, although you are powerful, the ancient race is an overlord force in the void god world. Do you think you can fight against the ancient race by yourself?" Gu Shan, who was severely injured, stood in front of Gu Jianglu and said with a gloomy face, "Do you believe that the ancient race won't take revenge on me, even if I kill all of you?" Yi Qinfeng smiled and said overbearingly, "Sai Junior, although I don't know who you are, the ancient race is not something you can bully." Suddenly, a deep voice was heard. A man in a long robe with 9 dragons and a golden crown appeared. He had thick black eyebrows and a dignified appearance. Chapter 1832. Clan Leader. Gu Shan and the others were overjoyed when they saw the man in the dragon robe. They all stepped forward and bowed. "Little bastard, it's time for you to die." Gu Jianglu, who had used the elixir to reconstruct his body, looked coldly at Yi Qinfeng. In his opinion, now that Gu Yi was here, Yi Qinfeng couldn't do anything, even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Clan leader of the Gu clan, a 6-star Tao ancestor. Yi Qinfeng looked at Gu Yi calmly. He could smell a strong sense of danger from his tall and straight body. "Junior, tell me, what did you see in the ancient god ruins?" Gu Yi's deep eyes shone brightly as he looked at Yi Qinfeng. He couldn't be disobeyed. "I saw many things, and even saved you," Yi Qinfeng said with a calm expression as he smiled faintly. "Who?" Gu Yi frowned slightly and asked. "Gu Taiyuan." Yi Qinfeng said in an earth-shattering voice. "What?" Gu Yi's calm face showed a strong fluctuation. 2 beams of light pierced into Yi Qinfeng's eyes, trying to see through his thoughts. "What? You don't believe me?" Yi Qinfeng smiled and said, "Okay, then I'll ask Gu Taiyuan to come out." With that, Yi Qinfeng used the universe mirror to forcibly awaken Gu Taiyuan, who was refining the life origin spiritual pearl to heal himself. He summoned him out of the universe mirror. "Uncle, it's really you." Looking at Gu Taiyuan, who had snow-white hair and a slightly skinny body, Gu Yi recognized him from his facial features. He seemed to be very excited. Gu Shan, Gu Jianglu, and the others were all dumbfounded. They never dreamed that Yi Qinfeng would save Gu Taiyuan, who had been missing for countless years, from the ancient god ruins. Gu Taiyuan was also very excited when he saw the clan leader of the Gu clan. He took a few steps forward and grabbed Gu Yi's arm. "How is my father?" "Grandpa is doing well. He has been overseeing the ancient race's ancestral bloodline." Gu Yi said, "By the way, Uncle, you were saved by him." Gu Yi looked at Yi Qinfeng with a complicated gaze and said in a low voice, "That's right. Lord Yi gave me a second life. If I hadn't met Lord Yi, I wouldn't have been able to leave the ancient god ruins alive." Gu Taiyuan nodded and said gratefully, "All right, Mr. Yi, you saved my uncle. My Gu family is indebted to you. Our grudges are written off." Gu Yi said, "Haha, I'll write it off." Yi Qinfeng laughed loudly and said, "Just those few useless pieces of trash can make up for my kindness in saving Gugu. Just the things I gave Gugu are worth 10 of their lives." "You." Gu Yi's face darkened. As the clan leader of the Gu family, no one had ever dared to provoke him. "Gu Yi, do you have a conflict with young Master Yi?" Gu Taiyuan's face sank slightly as he asked in a low voice. He knew how terrifying the power behind Yi Qinfeng was. If Shun Daoshi recovered his strength and he controlled the peak evil ancestor, there was only one person in the Gu family who could suppress him. Moreover, he had a lot of guesses about Yi Qinfeng's background. How could the owner of the chaotic divine would be an ordinary person? Yes, he had a conflict with the son of the third elder of the Gu family some time ago. Gu Yi nodded and said simply, "Who is Gu Shan and Gu Jianglu?" Gu Taiyuan's face darkened as he questioned loudly, "Gu Shan and Gu Jianglu greet the Grand Elder." Gu Shan had heard of Gu Taiyuan's name and knew that he was the most outstanding genius of the Gu family. He was also the son of the old ancestor of the Gu family. He did not dare to be rash and obediently went forward to greet him. "How dare you offend young Master Yi? Do you believe that I will twist off your heads?" Gu Taiyuan glared at Gu Shan and the others and warned them loudly, "Uncle, what are you?" Gu Yi's face changed. "Gu Yi, young Master Yi has helped the Gu family. If you repay his kindness with ingratitude, don't blame me for not recognizing you as my nephew," Gu Taiyuan said sternly. "But what? You can look down on me now that you have become the clan leader of the Gu family?" Gu Taiyuan did not want the Gu family to go against Yi Qinfeng and said firmly, "I dare not." Gu Yi glanced at the fearless Yi Qinfeng and lowered his head. "Stand aside and leave everything here to me," Gu Taiyuan ordered domineeringly and turned his gaze to the terrified Gu Shan and Gu Jianglu. "I don't care what grudges you have with young Master Yi. Right now, I order you to apologize to young Master Yi until he forgives you. If you can't get young Master Ye's forgiveness, then don't blame me for cleaning up the clan," Gu Taiyuan ordered. Gu Shan, Gu Jianglu, and the others immediately looked at Gu Yi when they heard Gu Taiyuan's order. However, when they saw him close his eyes, they knew that Gu Yi did not want to offend Gu Taiyuan and chose to stand aside. They had no choice but to apologize to Yi Qinfeng. Yi Qinfeng looked at Gu Jianglu and the others who were enduring humiliation and begging for mercy and said coldly, "Gu Jianglu, I just told you that even if I kill you, your Gu family will not take revenge on me. Do you believe me now? Young Master Yi, we were blind to have offended you. Please forgive us." Gu Jianglu gritted his teeth and forced out a few words. "What? You still don't accept it?" Looking at the red-faced father and son, Yi Qinfeng smiled and said, "Kneel down." "You what? Didn't you hear what I said?" Yi Qinfeng looked at the furious father and son and said, "I don't like to repeat myself. If you don't kneel down, don't blame me for sending you to hell." Didn't you hear what young Master Yi said? If you hesitate, I will twist your heads off, Gu Taiyuan said in a low voice. Uncle, isn't this too much? Gu Shan is the third elder of the Gu family. If he is bullied like this, how can the Gu family keep its face? Gu Yi transmitted his voice angrily. Gu Yi, can't you see the crux of the problem? Gu Taiyuan sighed softly in his heart and transmitted his voice. Uncle, you mean, have you heard of anyone who can leave the primordial god ruins alive? Moreover, I was trapped in the primordial god ruins for countless years, yet he was able to easily rescue me. Isn't that enough to sound the alarm for you? Gu Taiyuan reminded him. Uncle, are you saying that Yi Qinfeng controls a terrifying power? Gu Yi's expression changed as he transmitted his voice. This Yi Qinfeng has 3 peak ancestor realm almighties behind him, and this is only what I see. I don't know how powerful he is behind the scenes. Do you think it is worth it for the Gu family to offend such a godly person for a few useless people? Gu Taiyuan transmitted his voice. Thank you, uncle. I understand. Gu Yi took a deep breath, and the way he looked at Yi Qinfeng changed drastically. He finally knew where Yi Qinfeng's confidence came from. With the support of 3 peak ancestor realm almighties, he could indeed do whatever he wanted as long as the virtual gods did not appear. Gu Shan, Gu Jianglu, if you don't sincerely apologize and anger young Master Yi, I will immediately expel you from the Gu family and hand you over to young Master Yi, Gu Yi ordered loudly. Yes, Patriarch. Gu Yi's attitude shattered the last hope in the hearts of Gu Shan and Gu Jianglu. They kneeled on the ground in humiliation and apologized while gritting their teeth. Chapter 1833. Young Master Yi, it's our fault this time. Please don't hold a grudge against us. I promise you that this won't happen again. After knowing the power Yi Qinfeng controlled, Gu Yi's tone was much more polite as he promised. Gu clan leader, I want to ask you something. Has the Tomb of Massacre been breached? Yi Qinfeng did not dwell on the conflict with the Gu clan and changed the topic. The Tomb of Massacre has been breached by various clans with the help of void god artifacts. The great opportunity in the Tomb of Massacre has also been taken away by various clans. The Xintian clan obtained the most precious opportunity in the Tomb of Massacre, but no one knows what it is. Gu Yi said simply, In that case, we can use the wormhole now. Yi Qinfeng said, Where does young master you want to go? I'll use the wormhole to send you there. After knowing about Yi Qinfeng's terrifying foundation, Gu Yi also wanted to befriend Yi Qinfeng. After all, befriending an expert was beneficial to the Gu clan. All right, then I'll have to trouble Gu clan leader to send us to the edge of the dragon world. Yi Qinfeng said, Dragon world. Gu Yi looked at Yi Qinfeng meaningfully. Young Master Yi, the dragon world has been in chaos recently. The dragon world has been sealed. Ordinary people can't enter at all. I know. I won't enter the dragon world. I'll go to the edge of the dragon world. Yi Qinfeng smiled and said vaguely, All right, there's a wormhole in Aeon City. I'll order someone to open it immediately and send you to the edge of the dragon world. Seeing that Yi Qinfeng was unwilling to say more, Gu Yi did not ask further. He called Gu Jianglu, who was in a sorry state, and ordered him to open the wormhole and send Yi Qinfeng to the edge of the dragon world. Young Master Yi, I'll remember your kindness. If you need anything in the future, feel free to look for me in the Gu clan. No matter what, I'll help you with all my strength. Gu Taiyuan stood outside the wormhole and promised softly as he looked at Yi Qinfeng, who had many secrets. All right, perhaps I will need your help in the future. Yi Qinfeng smiled faintly and said, All right, old Gu, clan leader Gu, I'm leaving. We'll meet again someday. With that, Yi Qinfeng entered the wormhole. Through the wormhole, he traversed the vast starland and headed for the dragon world. Third Elder, if you have anything to say, just ask. After sending off Yi Qinfeng's group, Gu Yi looked at Gu Shan, who was hesitating to speak, and said in a low voice, "Patriarch, Grand Elder, where did that brat come from? Why are you so apprehensive?" The shrewd Gushan smelled something unusual. If Yi Chen-feng did not have a special background, Gu-yi would definitely not lower his head. "I can only tell you that Yi Chen-feng is not simple. Even if he really kills you, I can avenge you." Gu-yi took a deep breath and said, This. All right, there's no need to say anything else. Just treat today's matter as a warning to you and your father," Gu-yi said with a wave of his hand. With that, he left Aeon City with the group of ancients. Aeon City was too far away from the Dragon World. Even through the wormhole, it would take a few months to reach it. On the way to the Dragon World, Yi Chen-feng entered the Qingquan realm and found the God-fiend Torch Dragon, Long Xiaotian, Peacock King, Lin Yu, Xia Patterned Butterfly, Chaos Divine Beast, Jinqing Dragon, Blood Lion, and Space Swallower. "Come, I have a gift for you." With a thought, Yi Chen-feng took out 8 Chaos Divine Fruits and gave them to the God-fiend, Torch Dragon, and the rest. This is... Sensing the massive chaos energy contained in the Chaos Divine Fruits, the God-fiend Torch Dragon and the rest widened their eyes in shock. "This is the Chaos Divine Fruit, the fruit nurtured by the Chaos Divine Wood," Yi Chen-feng explained. "Chaos Divine Fruit." The God-fiend Torch Dragon sucked in a breath of cold air and said in surprise, "Chen-feng, your Chaos Divine Wood is complete and can nurture the Chaos Divine Fruit." As the king of the God-fiend clan, the God-fiend Torch Dragon had heard of the Chaos Divine Fruit and knew its value. In ancient times, the value of a Chaos Divine Fruit was comparable to the highest grade of ancestral elixir and was enough to make pinnacle progenitor realm mighty figures fight to the death. "My Chaos Divine Wood is basically complete." Yi Chen-feng nodded. With the current power of the Chaos Divine Wood, it was enough to go against a supreme grade ancestral artifact. "Roar! Boss, we won't stand on ceremony then." The Chaos Divine Beast's round eyes shone with a fiery light as it swallowed the Chaos Divine Fruit that was extremely beneficial to it and found a place with rich spiritual energy to recuperate. "Thank you, young Master Yi. With this Chaos Divine Fruit, I'm confident that I can break through to the 1-star ancestral demon realm in a short time," Peacock King said excitedly. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that he would have the opportunity to step into the ancestral demon realm after following Yi Chen-feng for such a short period of time. "All right, everyone, hurry up and cultivate. When we reach the Dragon World, I'll need everyone's help." Yi Chen-feng looked at the excited God-fiend Torch Dragon and the others and said, "All right." With that, the God-fiend Torch Dragon, Long Xiaotian, and the others took the precious Chaos Divine Fruit and found a place to cultivate and break through to a higher realm. Phew, it's time to break through to the 1-star Dao Ancestor realm. After everyone left, Yi Chen-feng took out the drop of incomparably precious ancient blood that was second only to the primordial blood and swallowed it directly. With the power of the ancient blood, he condensed the saint core and broke through to the Dao Ancestor realm. The Dao Ancestor, the master of all Dao, not only needed to cultivate to the peak of the realm and temper the physical body, but also needed to sublimate the Dao intent and integrate it into the saint spirit, so that the saint spirit would undergo a qualitative change and metamorphose into a saint core. Only then could one finally step into the Dao Ancestor realm. What a powerful bloodline power! It's worthy of being second only to the primordial blood. When Yi Chen-feng was refining the ancient blood with all his might, he felt that the ancient blood contained a vast amount of bloodline power. While greatly improving the quality of the primordial blood, it also rapidly increased his strength. However, refining the ancient blood was only the first step to breaking through to the Dao Ancestor realm. Whether or not he could comprehend the strange Dao intent and metamorphose the saint spirit into a saint core was the most important thing. Wendy. In order to speed up the fusion of Dao intent, Yi Chen-feng found Xiao Wendy, who was eating the chaos divine fruit and refining it with all her might to break through to the 2-star Tao God realm. Wendy, I need to borrow your born Taoism body to comprehend Tao intent and merge it into one so that I can step into the Tao ancestor realm. Looking at Xia Wendy, who was wearing a long white dress and had an elegant temperament, she was even more beautiful than a fairy in a painting. All right, I'll help you. The beautiful Xia Wendy stopped cultivating and followed Yi Qinfeng to a secluded place. The two of them had already had the most intimate relationship. Without any hesitation, they hugged each other naturally. As the clothes on their bodies became less and less, they fell on a big bed formed by spiritual mist. They were like two slippery spiritual snakes, entangled with each other. Amidst the intoxicating sounds, the two of them blended together perfectly, composing a chapter of love. The born Taoism body is indeed powerful. Looking at Xia Wendy, who had beautiful skin and was holding his arm tightly, Yi Qinfeng clearly felt the power of the born Taoism body. Under the nourishment of the born Taoism body, the 5 Tao intents that Yi Qinfeng had comprehended began to merge into one, slowly merging into the Saint Spirit. As the 5 Tao intents merged, the Saint Spirit, which contained a huge amount of energy, began to condense and slowly evolved into a Saint core. When Yi Qinfeng borrowed Xia Wendy's body to accelerate the merging of the Tao intents, Xia Wendy also gained a lot of benefits from dual cultivation with Yi Qinfeng. Her star god bloodline became more powerful, and her strength also broke through to the 2-star Tao God realm. Just as Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy were dual cultivating tirelessly, a powerful aura surged in the 5th level of the universe realm. After refining the chaos divine fruit, Long Xiaotian took the difficult step and broke through to the 4-star Tao ancestor realm. Not long after Long Xiaotian broke through to the 4-star Tao ancestor realm, another powerful aura appeared in the universe realm. The well-prepared God-fiend torch dragon also broke through to the 2-star Tao ancestor realm with the help of the chaos divine fruit. Long Xiaotian and the God-fiend torch dragon broke through first, but Yi Qinfeng, who had a deep foundation, was still unable to take the difficult step. However, he was not in a hurry. While dual cultivating with Xia Wendy and savoring the wonderful feeling, he patiently cultivated. Chapter 1834. Thank you, Wendy. Without you, I wouldn't have broken through so quickly. The instant he broke through to the ancestor realm, Yi Qinfeng opened his tightly shut eyes. The terrifying light in his eyes pierced through 1,000 meters, as if it could tear the air apart. With a raise of his hand, he could move the momentum of the world. With a single palm strike, he could crush a mountain. Tao ancestors are indeed powerful. The sacred core, condensed from the 10,000 Tao unification, is much stronger than the sacred spirit. Yi Qinfeng revealed a satisfied smile when he felt that his battle strength had increased by more than 10 times. His physical strength had reached 300 billion jin. He felt that with his current strength, he might be able to kill a 2-star ancestor realm expert with a single punch after burning his Grand Mist blood. The Grand Mist blood had fused with the ancient blood, and its quality had increased once again. Once it was burned, it could last for 10 days. Qinfeng, I'm yours. I'm willing to give up my life for you. Sensing Yi Qinfeng's transformation, Xia Wendy was even happier than him. She snuggled in his warm embrace, feeling his body temperature, and said emotionally, "Come, Wendy. I still have some remnant power of the ancient blood in my body. Let's help you break through to the 3-star Tao God realm." Touching Xia Wendy's skin that was as smooth as milk, Yi Qinfeng revealed a mischievous smile. He forcefully kissed her soft lips and climbed up her mesmerizing twin peaks. Under Xia Wendy's watery eyes, he continued to write a chapter of love. The energy contained in the ancient blood was extremely powerful. When Yi Qinfeng fused the remnant power of the ancient blood into Xia Wendy's body, it directly helped her break through the bottleneck of her cultivation realm. In a short period of time, she broke through to the 3-star Tao God realm. After breaking through, Yi Qinfeng and Xia Wendy cuddled for a while before they started to consolidate their cultivation realm. At the same time, the spiritual fish, Peacock King, Chaos Divine Beast, Golden Clear Dragon Bloodlion, and Space Devourer refined the Chaos Divine Fruit and broke through to the next realm. Among them, Peacock King broke through to the 1-star Demon Ancestor realm. The spiritual fish with the True God Bloodline and Divine Ape Bloodline used the Chaos Divine Fruit to break through 2 realms and reach the 3-star Tao God realm. Chaos Divine Beast, Golden Clear Dragon Bloodlion, and Space Devourer reached the Mystic Realm, which was equivalent to a 6-star Demon God realm. Roar. Boss, do you still have more Chaos Divine Fruits? After refining the Chaos Divine Fruit, the Chaos Divine Beast's primal chaos energy had become even purer. It blinked its big eyes and said with a look of longing, I still have one. Yi Qinfeng had a total of 9 Chaos Divine Fruits. After distributing them to Torch Dragon and company, there was only 1 left. Boss, can you give me the last Chaos Divine Fruit? I want to use it to break through to the 1-star Fey Progenitor Realm. The Chaos Divine Beast contained powerful chaos energy, and the Chaos Divine Fruit was more important to it than a supreme grade ancestor pellet. After refining another Chaos Divine Fruit, it had absolute confidence to break through to the 1-star Demon Ancestor Realm. All right. Yi Qinfeng nodded and gave the last Chaos Divine Fruit to the Chaos Divine Beast. Boss, I love you to death. The Chaos Divine Beast shrieked and swallowed the Chaos Divine Fruit. He then pounced on Yi Qinfeng and was so excited that he wanted to kiss Yi Qinfeng. Ouch! Before the Chaos Divine Beast could kiss Yi Qinfeng, he was sent flying by Yi Qinfeng's punch. He fell thousands of meters away and wailed in pain. Phew, it's time to enter the dragon world. Everyone's strength had increased tremendously. Yi Qinfeng did not wait any longer. He left the Qiankuan realm with the space swallower bug and prepared to devour the wormhole to enter the sealed dragon world. Space swallower bug, it's up to you. Yi Qinfeng controlled the space swallower bug to scan the entire dragon world and found a place where the spatial walls were relatively weak. Don't worry, Master. I'll be able to break through the dragon world in 3 days at most. After breaking through to the mystic class ancestor realm and possessing the power of a 6-star demon god, the space swallower bug's ability to devour space had increased tremendously. It opened its mouth full of fangs and devoured the spatial walls in a frenzy. Soon, it had bitten open a huge hole in the tough space. After about 3 days, Yi Qinfeng passed through the wormhole created by the space swallower bug and entered the dragon world. Dragon world. Is this the legendary dragon world? After passing through the spatial walls, Yi Qinfeng could not help but sigh as he looked at the vast primeval forest in front of him. There were ancient trees that were hundreds of feet tall and covered the sky, as well as rivers that were as vast as the ocean. Everything in the dragon world was more majestic than the outside world. Just the ocean-like rivers alone were rarely seen in the outside world. Long Xiaotian, we're in the dragon world. Yi Qinfeng summoned Long Xiaotian, who had consolidated his 4-star demon ancestor realm, from the Qiankuan realm. I'm back. I'm finally back. Feeling the familiar aura in the dragon world, Long Xiaotian could not help but take a deep breath. His thin face was filled with excitement. Let's go. Let's go take a look at the dragon world and see the current situation. Yi Qinfeng said. All right. Long Xiaotian nodded. Suppressing his excitement, he followed Yi Qinfeng to the primeval forest in front of them. They were prepared to pass through the primeval forest and enter the dragon world to gather information. This dragon world is indeed a holy land of the demon race. While passing through the primeval forest, Yi Qinfeng's powerful soul force sensed many powerful demon beasts in the forest. There were even some rarely seen ancestor beasts. Long Xiaotian, have you been here before? Looking at the edge of the forest, getting closer and closer, Yi Qinfeng and Long Xiaotian landed in the forest. Stepping on the thick leaves and branches, they spoke while walking. Yes, this forest is a branch of the Winged Dragon mountain range. It belongs to the Winged Dragon clan. Long Xiaotian said, "How many clans are there in the dragon race?" Yi Qinfeng asked. Originally, the dragon race was divided into 9 major clans. However, the stronger the dragon race, the worse their reproduction ability. Moreover, the ancient war was too cruel. The most powerful ancestral dragon clan of the dragon race was annihilated. Now, only the Golden Dragon clan, Black Dragon clan, Silver Dragon clan, Heavenly Dragon clan, Winged Dragon clan, Flood Dragon clan, Hornless Dragon clan, and Dragon Snake clan are left. Long Xiaotian explained in detail. Among the 8 clans of the dragon race, which one is the most powerful? Yi Qinfeng asked. The Golden Dragon clan is the most powerful. After the ancestral dragon clan was annihilated, the dragon emperors of the dragon race were all 5-clawed golden dragons from the Golden Dragon clan. However, the Black Dragon clan, Silver Dragon clan, and my Heavenly Dragon clan are not much weaker than the Golden Dragon clan. There are also 6-star demon ancestors among the clans. The Silver Dragon clan, Flood Dragon clan, and Hornless Dragon clan are slightly weaker. They're second-class dragon clans in the dragon world. The Dragon Snake clan is the weakest, but they have the most numbers. Almost every city in the dragon world is filled with people from the Dragon Snake clan. Their population occupies 80% of the entire dragon world. Then, does the dragon race have a virtual god? Yi Qinfeng continued to ask as he had a basic understanding of the dragon race. Yes, the dragon race has a dragon god. The dragon god is a virtual god almighty. He's also the real master of the dragon world and the spiritual pillar. Long Xiaotian nodded. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any internal strife in the dragon race with the dragon god in charge. Could it be that an external force is involved? Yi Qinfeng felt that the internal strife in the dragon race was not simple. There should be a mastermind behind the scenes, adding fuel to the fire. Yi Qinfeng and Long Xiaotian chatted as they walked. Gradually, they reached the edge of the primeval forest. Suddenly, a woman's scream entered their ears. Chapter 1835. No, no, I beg you, don't hurt me. A woman whose clothes were severely torn, revealing her snow-white skin, messy hair, and tear-streaked face fell in the weeds. She struggled to kick her snow-white legs and begged for mercy in a panic. Scream! It's useless even if you scream yourself hoarse. No one can save you here. The 3 men smiled maliciously and kept tearing the woman's clothes, pressing down on her kicking legs. Seeing the woman's tattered dress being torn by the 3 men, light footsteps were heard. Help, help! Hearing the footsteps, the woman immediately screamed for help in a hoarse voice. Damn it, this is none of your business. If you don't want to die, get lost. A man with thick hair all over his body, snake scales all over the left side of his face, and inverted triangular eyes that emitted a ferocious light, warned fiercely. Didn't you put on this show to attract us here? Why are you asking us to leave now? Yi Qinfeng had his hands behind his back as he looked at the enchanting woman covered in red scars and the 3 fiend emperors. Then he smiled and said, As soon as Yi Qinfeng said that, the 3 demon, the archmen, and the lovely woman's faces changed at the same time. In the next moment, the humiliated woman crushed a disc array hidden in her palm and activated the array hidden in the forest, trapping Yi Qinfeng and Long Xiaotian in the array. Kid, you know it's a trap and still dare to step in. I think you are tired of living. The fierce-looking man stuck out his scarlet tongue and licked his lips as he said with a murderous look, Array kill. As the 4 of them poured their demonic powers into the activated array, thousands of black array patterns appeared in the array. They were like snakes dancing in the sky as they attacked Yi Qinfeng and Long Xiaotian ferociously. "Humph, you want to kill me with such a small array?" Although the great formation in front of him seemed to be filled with murderous intent, in Yi Qinfeng's eyes it was unbearably vulgar. He snorted coldly and blasted out a punch across space. A fist light that weighed more than 150 billion caddies dragged a long tail of light, shattering the black formation patterns and bombarding the formation diagram that shrouded the void. Ka. After taking a punch from Yi Qinfeng, the formation that the four of them had carefully laid down cracked. The shocking scene shocked the four of them. "As senior, we know we were wrong. Please forgive us." After witnessing the power of Yi Qinfeng's punch, the four's psychological defenses were shattered. They were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. They didn't dare to be presumptuous anymore and knelt on the ground, begging for Yi Qinfeng's forgiveness. Looking at the four people who were kowtowing and apologizing, Yi Qinfeng was unmoved. He waved his arm gently, causing the space to fluctuate. Then he struck the four people hard, knocking them out. Soul search. After that, Yi Qinfeng used the power of the God-Eater brain to search their souls and obtain important information about the Dragon Realm. You deserve to die. During the soul-searching process, Yi Qinfeng discovered that the four of them were thoroughly evil. More than 100 dragon clan members had died in their hands. Moreover, their methods were extremely cruel. They directly crushed the heads of the dragon clan members and ended their lives. "How was it, young Master Yi? Did you get anything?" Seeing Yi Qinfeng crush the four people's heads, Long Xiaotian came to his side and asked softly, "Not bad. There's chaos in the Dragon Realm, affecting the 8 dragon clans." Yi Qinfeng nodded and said, "And the Winged Dragon clan closest to us is being attacked by a mysterious force. The Winged Dragon clan is in danger." Long Xiaotian's face changed slightly and said, "Young Master Yi, I have a good relationship with the Winged Dragon clan. Let's quickly go and rescue them." "All right." Yi Qinfeng nodded and took the four people's belongings. He summoned the undying wings and flew towards the Winged Dragon clan's ancestral land. Sound of fighting. Yi Qinfeng and Long Xiaotian flew at high speed for more than 2 hours. Yi Qinfeng's powerful soul power detected the intense fighting sounds ahead and immediately flew over with Long Xiaotian. "It's the Winged Dragon clan." Long Xiaotian saw 4 people wearing Winged Dragon clan's ancestral robes and were severely injured from afar. He immediately recognized that they were the experts of the Winged Dragon clan. "Long Hung, you're the strongest. Quickly break out and leave. We'll help you hold them back." An old woman with white hair, holding a dragon-headed walking stick and covered in scars, was trying her best to block the attacks while urging a tall, white-haired old man with a long spear in his hand to attack. "If we die together. I, Long Hung, will not drag out an ignoble existence," the white-haired old man said stubbornly. He burned his Yao core at all costs and stimulated his body's potential to defend with all his might. "Go to hell." After suppressing the attacks of Long Hung and the other 3, a man in a black robe suddenly leaped into the air. A golden bird with a wingspan of more than 10 meters emerged from his muscular body and launched a fatal attack at Long Hung and the other 3. "Long Hung, you can only avenge us if you're alive. Run." At this critical moment, the white-haired old woman and the other 2 experts of the Winged Dragon clan stood in front of Long Hung without fear of death. They wanted to use their lives to block this fatal attack and create a chance for Long Hung to escape. No. Long Hung let out a roar of despair. Under the anxious gaze of the white-haired old woman and the other 2, he gritted his teeth and was about to break out of the encirclement. However, the moment he broke out of the encirclement, he saw 2 shadows flying towards him at a speed several times faster than the speed of light. In the next moment, the golden bird that was filled with fatal power slowed down and was smashed into pieces by a man in a white robe who rushed over in time. Time deceleration rules. Feeling the change in the flow of time, The black-robed man, who was the strongest and had reached the 3-star Tao God realm, had a slight change in expression. He looked at Yi Qinfeng and Long Hung, who had rushed over in time, and said in a serious tone, "Who are you? How dare you Golden Rock clan come to my dragon world to kill people?" Long Xiaotian's eyes were spitting out thick flames as he looked at the black-robed man and the others with murderous intent. "Let's go." Feeling the aura from Long Xiaotian's body getting stronger and stronger, making it difficult for them to breathe, the black-robed man and the others shuddered and turned to escape without hesitation. "Do you think you can escape?" Long Xiaotian grabbed with his hand, and streams of heaven and earth torrents gushed over from all directions. They quickly gathered to form a huge hand that covered several miles and grabbed at the black-robed man and the others. Ah! Pain screams rang out one after another. Other than the black-robed man, the other black-robed men were all crushed by Long Xiaotian's huge hand and died. You can't kill me. If you kill me, all of you will lose your lives too." After witnessing how terrifying Long Xiaotian was, the black-robed man was scared out of his wits as he shouted out in horror. "Soul search." At this moment, Yi Qinfeng appeared beside him and used the God-Eater brain to search his soul and obtain his soul memories. Gotcha! After the soul search ended, Yi Qinfeng exerted a slight force with his 5 fingers and crushed the black-robed man's head. He then crushed his soul and killed him. As expected, there's a mastermind behind the internal strife in the Dragon Clan. The mastermind is the Sky Emperor clan and the Demon Region's Bird clan. Yi Qinfeng threw the black-robed man's corpse to the side and wiped the blood off his hands as he spoke slowly. "Thank you, seniors, for saving our lives. We will never forget this." Long Hung and the other 3, who had survived the calamity, quickly walked over and bowed deeply to Yi Qinfeng and Long Xiaotian, thanking their saviors. "You flatter me, senior." Yi Qinfeng held Long Hang's arm with both hands and helped him up. He looked at Long Hang's vaguely familiar face and asked, "Do you recognize this item?" With that, Yi Qinfeng summoned the 9 dragon jade annulus that he had obtained from the lower realm. This is the 9 dragon jade annulus. Looking at the 9 dragon jade annulus in Yi Qinfeng's hand, Long Hang's turbid eyes widened. He looked at Yi Qinfeng and said in shock, "How did you get this item? I really didn't recognize the wrong person. Senior is the one who left the 9 dragon jade annulus in the lower realm." When Yi Qinfeng came to help, he felt a familiar aura from Long Hang's body and couldn't help but think of the 9 dragon jade annulus and the remnant soul in it. You are an ascender from the lower realm," Long Hung said in shock. He was shocked that he couldn't see through the cultivation of an ascender from the lower realm. "Yes, I am from the lower realm. By chance, I obtained the 9 dragon jade annulus that Senior left in the lower realm to suppress the white tiger evil soul." Yi Qinfeng nodded and said, "And this is the young lord of the Heavenly Dragon Clan." Chapter 1836. The Little Princess of the Winged Dragon Clan. Is she Long Quan's daughter or Long Wen's daughter? Long Xiaotian frowned slightly and asked in a low voice, "She is young Master Long Quan's daughter. Princess Long Wen has never been married." Long Hung and the others looked at Long Xiaotian with complicated gazes and reported, "How is Wen now?" Long Xiaotian asked in a low voice, "Princess Wen has always been in the ancestral land of the winged dragons. However, the situation of our winged dragon clan is not good. We don't know the current situation of Princess Wen and the others." Long Hung reported, "Let's go. We'll first go to the Purple Cloud City to save people. Then we'll go to the Yinglong's ancestral land." Yi Qinfeng felt that the relationship between Long Xiaotian and Long Wen was not simple, so he said, "All right, let's go." Long Xiaotian transformed into his original form and brought Yi Qinfeng, as well as the severely injured Long Hung and the rest, towards the Purple Cloud City at an extremely fast speed. The Purple Cloud City originally belonged to the Winged Dragon Clan. However, When something happened to the winged dragon clan, the Purple Cloud City, Lord suddenly turned traitor. He captured the little princess, Long Ling, and the others who came to the Purple Cloud City to seek protection. He then chased after Long Hung and the others. Looks like the Dragon Clan has already been invaded very deeply by the Tian Clan and the Bird Clan. From the sudden betrayal of the Purple Cloud City Lord, it could be seen that the Tian Clan and the Bird Clan had already controlled many forces in the Dragon world. The Dragon Clan was in a precarious situation. I heard that the Black Dragon Tribe and the Silver Dragon Tribe have rebelled. Although the Heavenly Dragon Tribe is struggling to hold on, they shouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Long Hung nodded and told him everything he knew about the great changes in the Dragon world. Tian Clan, Bird Clan, when I return this time, I will definitely tear you invaders into pieces. Long Xiaotian gnashed his teeth and swore. Long Xiaotian had broken through to the 4-star Fey ancestor realm, so his flying speed was extremely fast. In addition, they were not far from the Purple Cloud City. In less than 4 hours, Long Xiaotian arrived outside the Purple Cloud City. Xiaotian, let's split up. I'll find a chance to sneak into the city, Lord's mansion, and make sure Long Longer is fine. Then you guys can make your move. Yi Qinfeng was afraid that an accident would happen if they directly fought their way in. Qingfeng, can you do it yourself? Long Hung and the rest did not know Yi Qinfeng's strength and were afraid that he would not be able to save Longlinger and might even lose his life. Don't worry. If we weren't worried about forcing them into a corner and hurting Ling, young Master Yi alone would be enough to massacre them all. Long Xiaotian was very clear about Yi Qinfeng's battle prowess, and he was even more clear about the terrifying existences within the universe realm. I'm going. Yi Qinfeng smiled lightly to Long Hung and the others that were dumbstruck, and then he transformed into a flowing light in midair to descend outside Violet Cloud City. He controlled the illusory Dao insight to transform into the appearance of a black-robed man before walking into the extremely desolate Violet Cloud City. Lord Peng, you've returned. Yi Qinfeng followed the soul memory of the black-robed man and came to the city, Lord's mansion, located in the center of the Purple Cloud City. The 2 guards of the city, Lord's mansion, immediately came forward and bowed, respectfully. Is the city lord here? Yi Qinfeng nodded and imitated the black-robed man's voice. The guard immediately opened the tightly shut door and invited Yi Qinfeng into the luxuriously decorated city, Lord's mansion. City Lord, Olding is waiting for you at the city Lord's mansion. Lord Peng, why are you the only one back? Where are the other lords? When Yi Qinfeng walked into the antique main hall, the city lord of Purple Cloud, who was drinking tea in the main hall, immediately stood up. Sitting beside him was an old man with white hair, sunken eyes, and an aquiline nose. He furrowed his brows. Sai, Long Hung, and the others were lucky. They were rescued at the crucial moment. Yi Qinfeng pretended to sigh and casually made up a story. How strong is the person who rescued Long Hung and the others? The hooked-nosed old man frowned slightly and put down the teacup in his hand. Very strong. If I didn't run fast enough, I'm afraid I would have died as well, Yi Qinfeng said with a lingering fear. According to my senses, that person's strength has probably reached the level of a 5-star demon god. 5-star demon god. The city lord of Violet Cloud City sucked in a breath of cold air and said, Lording, do you think we should take precautions in advance to avoid unexpected failure? What are you afraid of? It's just a 5-star demon god. If he dares to come, I will definitely let him die without a burial ground. The half-martial ancestor hooked-nosed old man snorted coldly and said arrogantly, Olding, I'm going to treat my injuries. Call me if there's anything. The God-Eater brain, which was rapidly making deductions, had already locked onto Long Ling. He casually found an excuse to leave the main hall and walk towards the place where Long Ling was imprisoned. Princess Ling, do you think we will die? Will we be killed by them? A girl who was about the same age as Long Ling, whose chubby face was covered in tears, tightly grabbed Long Ling's arm and said in horror, "Don't worry, Kerr. I believe that someone will save us." Long Ling, who was wearing a white dress and had skin as smooth as milk and a trace of determination in her large black eyes, softly comforted her. However, there was a trace of helplessness in her heart. She really couldn't think of anyone who would come to save them at this moment. Boom! Just as the two daughters were tightly hugging each other and comforting each other, a loud sound rang out from outside the prison. Kay was so frightened that she hugged Long Ling tightly as she screamed in horror. Soon after, miserable cries of pain rang out in the dark and damp prison. Could it be that someone has really come to save us? Long Ling's eyes widened as a trace of hope appeared in them. Crack! Just as she looked at the prison door, which was made of special materials, the indestructible door was split open by a sharp sword light. A man in snow-white robes walked in. Who are you? Have you come to save us?" Long Ling mustered her courage and asked when she saw that Yi Qinfeng had regained his true appearance, but his face was unfamiliar. "You are Long Ling, eh?" Yi Qinfeng smiled as he looked at Long Ling, who was pretending to be calm. "That's me." Long Ling nodded. "Come with me." Yi Qinfeng gently waved his arm and interweaved sharp sword shadows, accurately slicing through the cold iron chains that bound their ankles as he spoke softly. All right, even though Long Ling did not recognize Yi Qinfeng, she did not show any fear or hesitation when she saw Yi Qinfeng's clear eyes. She pulled on the trembling K and followed Yi Qinfeng out of the prison that was filled with the thick stench of blood. "How dare you? Who are you?" The guards of the city, Lord's mansion, who had hurried over appeared in the prison. However, before they could finish speaking, an incomparably sharp sword light flew out and sliced through their powerful bodies as if they were tofu, killing them all. How powerful! Long Ling's eyes widened as she watched Yi Qinfeng kill his enemies without batting an eyelid. Even the trembling K did not dare to be afraid. "How dare you? Who are you? How dare you come to my city, Lord's mansion, to save people? I think you are tired of living." Just as Yi Qinfeng led Long Ling and K out of the prison that was littered with corpses, a thunderous voice rang out. The half-martial ancestor realm molding and the 5-star Yao God realm Purple Cloud City Lord appeared with nearly 100 experts from the dragon race and the Yao race, surrounding Yi Qinfeng's group. A mere half-martial ancestor dares to shout in front of me. Yi Qinfeng snorted coldly. He grabbed at the air with his right hand, and the 4 saint-level Tao diagrams surged out of his palm. They turned into a giant hand that seemed to be able to crush the sun and moon, grabbing at Old Ing, whose expression changed drastically. No, Old Ing instinctively wanted to dodge the seemingly slow-moving giant hand, but the moment he dodged, the giant hand suddenly appeared in front of him and grabbed his body. Pum! Chapter 1837. Gu. After witnessing Yi Qinfeng crush Old Ying's body, the killing intent on City Master Xian's face was immediately replaced by fear. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Blood escape! After experiencing how terrifying Yi Qinfeng was, City Master Xian did not hesitate to burn his powerful blood and qi. He used his best escape technique to escape from the chaotic City Master's mansion. However, the moment he turned into a bloody light and escaped, his eyes blurred. He suddenly realized that a person had appeared in front of him. In the next moment, a force that was beyond his imagination slapped his face fiercely, smashing half of his face. He fell to the ground from midair and shattered the bloody light that appeared on the surface of his body. Who are you?" After witnessing Yi Qinfeng's terrifying strength, City Master Xian was truly afraid. His voice trembled slightly as he spoke. Soul search. Yi Qinfeng was too lazy to reply to such a small figure. He directly released ancestral power to bind City Master Xian's body and pressed it on his head to search his soul. Where are you going? When Yi Qinfeng was searching their souls, the frightened Dragon Clan and Demon Clan experts wanted to take this opportunity to escape. However, as Yi Qinfeng grabbed with his hand, another huge hand appeared in the void and pressed down with the force of hundreds of millions of kilograms. Nearly 100 Celestial Clan and Demon Clan experts were pressed to the ground, unable to move. Boom, boom! When Yi Qinfeng suppressed everyone with his own strength, a huge tremor came from outside the City Master's mansion. Long Xiaotian and the others felt the huge change in the City Master's mansion and rushed over. When Long Hung and the others saw nearly 100 Dragon Clan and Demon Clan experts on the ground, as well as City Master Xian, who was lying in a pool of blood, they were dumbfounded. At this moment, they finally realized how terrifying Yi Qinfeng's strength was. He actually controlled the entire City Master's mansion with his own strength. Young Master Yi, where is Olding at the half-ancestor realm? The white-haired old woman knew that there was a half-ancestor realm expert in the City Master's mansion. Her voice trembled slightly as she asked. That quasi-ancestor Olding was killed by this senior. Long Ling blinked her big eyes and looked at Yi Qinfeng with adoration. What? Killing a half-martial ancestor from a distance? Long Hung and the others gasped. If Yi Qinfeng did not possess the 9-dragon jade annulus, Long Hung would not have believed that he was just an ascendant from the lower realm. Xiaotian, how do you plan to deal with these people? Yi Qinfeng pointed at the experts from the Dragon Clan and the Yao Clan that he had suppressed. Those who betray the Dragon Clan will be killed without mercy. Long Xiaotian revealed his ferocious side and didn't give them a chance to explain. He released a powerful dragon force, which turned into a towering mountain and crushed them into minced meat, killing them on the spot. Let's go to Dragon Finger Mountain, Yi Qinfeng said slowly. He did not show any pity as he looked at the city, Lord's residence that was covered in blood. Dragon Finger Mountain. Long Xiaotian looked at Yi Qinfeng in confusion. I just searched city, Lord Xian's soul, and found out that the winged Dragon Clan's princess, Long Wen, and the others seem to have gone to Dragon Finger Mountain. The Yao Clan's people learned of this and are rushing to Dragon Finger Mountain. Yi Qinfeng said. Long Wen is in danger. Long Xiaotian's face changed, and he instantly transformed into his true form and said, I know where Dragon Finger Mountain is. Let's hurry over and save her. After saying that, Long Xiaotian led Yi Qinfeng and the others, twisting their huge bodies and turning into a beam of light in midair, flying towards Dragon Finger Mountain at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, a mysterious formation rose from the depths of Dragon Finger Mountain. It connected to the entire mountain range and released a powerful formation light to resist the attacks of several golden-winged rocks with a wingspan of more than 10 meters. Their bodies emitted a golden light, and their feathers were like sharp swords. In the formation, the experts of the winged Dragon Clan knelt under the ancient dragon tombs that exuded a sense of vicissitudes of time, praying for the dragon souls in the ancient tombs to appear. This group of dragon tombs was the earliest ancestral land of the winged Dragon Clan. All the ancient almighties of the winged Dragon Clan were buried here. Ancestors of the winged Dragon Clan, now that our winged Dragon Clan is at a critical moment of life and death, please show your spirit and summon the 1,000 Dragons ancient formation so that I can bring it back to the ancestral land to solve the crisis of our winged Dragon Clan. Long Wen, who was wearing a black martial arts suit that outlined her graceful body, had wheat-colored skin and exuded a different kind of charm. She knelt in front of the largest dragon tomb that looked like a coiling dragon. While kowtowing, she said piously, What happened to the winged Dragon Clan? As if hearing the pious pleas of Long Wen and the others, an old voice sounded in the huge dragon tomb. For a moment, the Yin-Chi floating in the entire ancestral land fluctuated violently. Our dragon world has been invaded by the Divine Clan and the Yao Clan. Our winged dragon clan is now in danger. Long Wen quickly explained the changes in the dragon world. The Divine Clan and the Yao Clan have invaded? There was a hint of anger in the old voice. Did the Lord Dragon God not take action to kill the foreign enemies? Rumor has it that the Lord Dragon God met with an accident and was severely injured. We don't know if he's dead or alive. Long Wen clenched her hands tightly. It could be said that once the news of the Dragon God's injury spread, the entire Dragon Clan's morale was greatly affected. These wolves, it seems like they've been scheming for a long time. The remnant soul of the winged Dragon Clan's ancestor said angrily, "Children, I'll follow you to respond to the Dragon Clan. Even if my soul is destroyed, I'll kill a few invaders." As he spoke, the incomparably huge dragon tomb shattered. A great formation with an ancestral stone inlaid with a dragon circling around it appeared in the dragon tomb. 1,000 dragons returned to one. The huge ancestral stone in the 1,000 dragons' ancient formation lit up and connected to the entire ancestral land, causing it to shake violently. In the next moment, the dragon tombs in the winged dragon clan's ancestral land shattered, one after another. A large number of dragon souls that had not dissipated for a long time in the tombs frantically fused into the 1,000 dragons' ancient formation, increasing the ancient formation's power. "Children, follow me out to kill the enemies." A huge dragon had appeared in the 1,000 dragons' ancient formation ancestral stone. There was a murderous aura in the old voice. "Yes, ancestor." Seeing the 1,000 dragons' ancient formation, one of the winged dragon clan's largest ancestral artifacts, awakening, Long Wen and the rest were overjoyed. They immediately followed the 1,000 dragons' ancient formation out of the ancestral land and out. Ancestral artifact. Sensing the powerful ancestral aura from the 1,000 dragons' ancient formation, the 6 golden-winged rocks flapped their golden wings and intertwined with golden-winged shadows revealed a hint of solemnity. Although they were all Yao gods with terrifying strength, they could not help but fear the ancestral artifact that had the power to destroy heaven and earth. They did not dare to approach it at all. Interesting, I didn't expect an ancestral artifact to be hidden here. Just as the 6 golden-winged rocks were a little apprehensive and retreated, a ferocious voice rang out. A man in a golden robe with a towering crown on his head appeared. His deep eyes were as sharp as swords, and he held a 3-foot-long golden spear in his hand. Powerful ancestral aura emanated from his body. 4-star Yao ancestor. Sensing the ancestral aura emanating from the golden-robed man, the winged dragon ancestral soul in the 1,000 dragons' ancient formation could not help but let out a solemn cry. "I like this ancestral artifact very much. Give it to me." Chapter 1838. Roar, roar, roar. As the golden claws tore through space, the 1,000 dragons within the 1,000 dragons' ancient formation roared in unison. The terrifying sound shook the world, shattering the hard boulders outside the ancestral grounds of the winged dragon and shattering the earth. "Kacha! Kacha!" Although the golden claws condensed by the golden-robed man were powerful, the 1,000 dragons' ancient formation was still a low-grade ancestral artifact. Moreover, the formation was controlled by the winged dragon's ancestral soul, so the golden claws immediately shattered and dissipated in the end. The golden claw shattered, but the golden-robed man's expression didn't change at all. He opened his mouth, and a 3-legged cauldron with a toad on it flew out. It was a quasi-ancestor-level cauldron with ancient runes on its surface. It suppressed this part of the world and slammed into the 1,000 dragons' ancient formation, causing great changes in the world. While the golden-robed man was using the toad cauldron to resist the 1,000 dragons' ancient formation, the 6 golden-winged rocks suddenly attacked Long Wen and the others. The golden-winged rocks were the fastest among the divine beasts, and only the phoenix could match them. However, under their extreme speed attacks, the attacks of Long Wen and the others were immediately suppressed. One of the winged dragons was unable to dodge in time, and his body was grabbed by a golden-winged rocks and torn apart. Thousand Dragon Soul, annihilate heaven and earth. Sensing that Long Wen and the others were in danger, the winged dragon's ancestral soul let out a deep and ancient voice. It did not hesitate to burn its remnant soul to activate the Thousand Dragons' ancient formation's strongest power. Dragon souls that were thousands of meters long violently revolved around the Thousand Dragons' ancient formation, releasing powerful ancestral might. They opened their bloody mouths and let out terrifying dragon roars as they attacked the golden-robed man and the 6 golden-winged rocks. Screech! The golden-robed man roared at the sky and transformed into his strongest battle form. With the toad cauldron in hand, he constantly shattered the attacking dragon souls. While the golden-robed man fought the Thousand Dragons' ancient formation with the toad cauldron, the 6 golden-winged rocks were trapped by the dancing dragon souls. They transformed into their battle forms and defended with all their might. Unfortunately, the Thousand Dragons' ancient formation was too powerful, and the ancient formation had fused with the ancestral grounds and a large amount of dragon soul energy. It was not something the 6 godhood rocks could withstand. In less than 10 breaths, the 6 rocks had their bodies and souls destroyed by the Thousand Dragons' ancient formation. They died on the spot. Extreme rock shadow. The golden-robed man did not expect the might of the Thousand Dragons' ancient formation to be so terrifying. Even with his strength at the 4-star demon progenitor realm, he could barely withstand it. He immediately unleashed his ultimate move, summoning a golden rock with a wingspan of more than 100 meters. Its entire body flowed with the light of Tao intent. The golden rock burst forth with extreme speed, wanting to tear apart the Thousand Dragons' soul that trapped him. However, the winged dragon ancestral soul, who was determined to die, did not give him any chance to escape. It mobilized the Thousand Dragon souls to bombard the extreme Pung Shadow with all its might, sealing off the space where he could escape. For a time, the Thousand Dragons' ancient array constantly emitted a terrifying destructive force, destroying the outside of the winged dragon's ancestral ground. Princess, do you think the patriarch can win? The winged dragon clansmen hid far away as they stared at the Thousand Dragons' ancient formation that covered this world. They asked nervously, if the Thousand Dragons' ancient array was unable to kill the 4-star demon ancestor realm golden-robed man, then what awaited them was definitely death. Don't worry. With the patriarch controlling the Thousand Dragons' ancient array, we'll definitely be able to kill that demon. Long Wen stared fixedly at the Thousand Dragons' ancient array as she prayed in her heart. The battle within the Thousand Dragons' ancient array became more and more intense. It affected the hearts of Long Wen and the others, making them even more anxious and uneasy. It could be said that the Thousand Dragons' ancient array was their final hope. Only by bringing the Thousand Dragons' ancient array back to the Dragon Clan could they possibly help the Winged Dragon Clan survive this calamity. Just as Long Wen and the others were praying, a huge gap suddenly appeared in the Thousand Dragons' ancient array that constantly emitted dragon roars. The golden-robed man, who was covered in blood and heavily injured, escaped from the Thousand Dragons' ancient array in a rather wretched manner. Just you wait. This patriarch swears to slaughter your winged dragon clan and wash away today's humiliation. The golden-robed man, who had escaped from the Thousand Dragons' ancient array, left behind a threat. He wanted to quickly leave this troublesome place and gather more experts for revenge. Hum, hum, hum. At this moment, several dozen ferocious dragon souls flew out of the Thousand Dragons' ancient array. They attacked him with shocking destructive force, wanting to kill him. However, the golden-robed man's flying speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, he had flown a few thousand meters away, dodging the attacks of the several dozen dragon souls. When he saw Chen-Shi fleeing without a trace, an enormous foot that gathered formidable Tao insight suddenly appeared in space, and it carried a force of 100 million kilograms as it shattered space with a single stomp, and it was like a mountain pressing down towards Chen-Shi's head. This foot appeared too suddenly, catching the golden-robed man off guard. Just as he was dodging with all his might, the seemingly slow foot suddenly stomped on his body, stomping him from mid-air to the ground and into the hard ground. Arg! As a 4-star demon ancestor, almighty of the demon clan, the golden-robed man had never suffered such humiliation before. He was directly stomped under someone's foot, and his furious roar pierced through the 9 heavens. Just as he shattered the foot that was descending from the sky, a second foot descended from the void and ruthlessly stomped on his head that had just broken through the ground. A force of over 300 billion kilograms once again stomped him into the ground. Although the golden-robed man was powerful and the 2 feet that descended from the sky could not injure him severely, the immense humiliation made him so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Who stomped on this huge foot? The sudden scene stunned Long Wen and the others. Their eyes widened as they looked at the golden-robed man who was stomped into the ground by the huge foot. They could not believe what was happening before their eyes. Arg, I'll kill you. The ancestral demon power in the golden-robed man's body was like an erupting volcano that soared into the sky. The terrifying power shook the entire space and continuously shattered it. This attack was enough to break through the tough space of the Void God realm. Just as the dragon-like ancestral demon power broke through the space, a sharp dragon claw suddenly descended from the chaotic void like a waterfall. It shattered the ancestral demon power released by the golden-robed man with a single claw and grabbed towards his body with a terrifying force. Whoosh! Feeling the power of the descending dragon claw, the golden-robed man decisively burned his blood and chi to increase his speed. He instantly transformed into several afterimages and dodged to the side in a sorry state. But the moment he dodged, a house-sized dragon had appeared in the chaotic void. It stared at him with a pair of blood-red eyes. Touching the 2 seemingly solid blood-red lights, the golden-robed man smelled a strong sense of danger. He quickly transformed into his original form and fled into the distance. Dragon swallows heaven and earth. A voice that shook the 9 heavens resounded. The huge dragon had opened its bloody mouth and released a suction force that could devour the heavens and earth. It sucked in the entire space, and the terrifying suction force firmly sucked in his original body. No. Completely losing control of his body, the golden-robed man let out a terrified shout. He desperately flapped his golden wings, stirring up waves of hurricanes to break free. Chapter 1839. This, seeing the 4-star Fey ancestor realm golden-robed man being bitten and swallowed by the dragon head that suddenly appeared, Long Wen and the others' eyes widened. Their horrified expressions were as if they had seen a ghost. When Long Wen raised her head high and stared at the huge dragon head that swallowed the golden-robed man, an inexplicable sense of familiarity arose in the depths of her heart. Could it be him? A figure that haunted her appeared in the depths of Long Wen's mind, and her cold face showed strong emotional fluctuations. When I'm back. At this time, a familiar voice entered Long Wen's ears. Hearing this familiar voice, Long Wen felt as if she was struck by lightning. Her body trembled, and large amounts of tears flowed uncontrollably, dyeing her beautiful face. "Princess, what's wrong?" Looking at Long Wen, who suddenly burst into tears, the winged dragon clan members were shocked and asked nervously. But at this time, Long Wen's attention was completely attracted by a man in white armor who walked down step by step in the void with a gentle gaze. Xiao Tian. The emotions hidden in the depths of Long Wen's heart completely erupted. She ran over like crazy and threw herself into Long Xiaotian's arms. She tightly hugged his body, buried her head in his chest, and burst into tears. "When are I'm back? From now on, No one can bully you anymore. Hugging Long Wen's elastic body, Long Xiaotian's eyes were filled with tenderness as he whispered a promise in her ear. Long Xiaotian, the young master of the Heavenly Dragon clan, didn't he already? Long Xiaotian and Long Wen had been in love for 100 years. Just as they were about to get engaged, Long Xiaotian suddenly disappeared when he went out. His innocent disappearance alarmed the entire dragon clan and caused Long Wen to suffer a huge blow. In order to track down Long Xiaotian's whereabouts, the Heavenly Dragon clan almost went out in full force, but to no avail. This caused many people to suspect that Long Xiaotian was already dead. Xiaotian, where have you been all these years? Why did you only come back now? Long Wen stretched out her slender hand and gently stroked Long Xiaotian's cheek. She wanted to know what he had experienced all these years. Back then, I was captured and became that person's contract beast. I was locked in a space treasure, and the person who captured me died not long after. I was trapped in the space treasure and was unable to come out. It wasn't until recently that I was able to escape. Long Xiaotian sighed softly and briefly recounted what had happened to him over the years. Xiaotian, what kind of person is so hateful to make you become his contract beast? Long Wen said angrily. They are from the Tian clan. Long Xiaotian said. It's the people from the Tian clan again, this bunch of wolves. Long Wen gritted her teeth and said, By the way, how's the situation with the Winged Dragon clan? Long Xiaotian asked. Father and the others are trapped in the ancestral lands, using the ancestral lands to fight against the Yao region's almighty figures. Meanwhile, I was teleported out by Father through the ancestral formation, coming to the first ancestral lands to ask for the 1,000 dragons' ancient formation's help. Long Wen explained the Winged Dragon clan situation. Then there's no time to lose. Let's hurry back to the Winged Dragon clan to rescue them. Long Xiaotian said, Xiaotian, there's a 5-star demon ancestor among the bird clan's almighty figures that attacked my Winged Dragon clan. I'm afraid you're no match for him. Although the scene of Long Xiaotian devouring the golden-robed man had shocked everyone, Long Wen was still worried about his safety. Don't worry, I can beat up a mere 5-star demon ancestor. Moreover, if I'm no match for him, there's still young Master Yi. With the ancestral dragon pearl, Long Xiaotian could unleash the combat power of a 5-star demon ancestor. In addition, Yi Qinfeng had a large number of ancestral artifacts. They could destroy the enemy together. Young Master Yi. Hearing the respect in Long Xiaotian's words, Long Wen and the others could not help but cast their gazes at Yi Qinfeng. Young Master Yi is my benefactor. Without young Master Yi, I wouldn't be where I am now. All right, there's no time to lose. Let's hurry to the Winged Dragon clan. After saying that, Long Xiaotian transformed into his original body that was thousands of meters long. He brought Yi Qinfeng, Long Wen, the 1,000 dragons' ancient formation, and many members of the Winged Dragon clan to the ancestral lands. The enemy is coming. On the way to the Winged Dragon clan, Yi Qinfeng's powerful soul power sensed more than a dozen demon clan powerhouses flying at an extremely fast speed. Among the demon clan powerhouses, Yi Qinfeng also sensed a powerful heavenly ancestor. However, the heavenly ancestor's strength was far inferior to the 4-star demon ancestor that Long Xiaotian had devoured. It was only a 3-star heavenly ancestor. Wait for me here. I'll go and kill them. After saying that, Yi Qinfeng summoned the undying wings and turned into a black stream of light in midair. In the blink of an eye, he overtook Long Xiaotian and charged toward the enemy that was tens of thousands of meters away. Xiaotian, can he do it alone? Long Wen did not know Yi Qinfeng well and was not sure of his strength. She was slightly worried and asked, Don't worry, young Master Ye's foundation is unimaginable. If the Winged Dragon clan wants to survive this catastrophe, we still have to rely on young Master Yi. Long Xiaotian opened his bloody mouth and said in a deep voice, Rely on him? The winged dragon ancestral soul floated out of the 1,000 dragons' ancient formation with eyes full of doubt. Who is it? Seeing Yi Qinfeng turn into a black stream of light and fly closer and closer, more than a dozen demon clan powerhouses and a 3-star heavenly ancestor suddenly became alert and released their powerful soul power to lock onto him. Godless sword. Yi Qinfeng did not waste any time. When he was close to more than a dozen demon clan powerhouses, he summoned the demon sealing sword and stabbed out with a peerless sword. As the sword stabbed out, the space within a radius of a few miles suddenly turned dark. All the brilliance merged into this invincible sword. Poof, poof, poof. Blossoms of blood rose into the air. Yi Qinfeng's sword tore through the void and instantly killed 5 demon clan powerhouses. Their bodies were chopped into pieces and sent into the Yellow Spring, courting death. Seeing several demon clan powerhouses being killed by Yi Qinfeng in a single strike completely enraged the 3-star heavenly ancestor. He roared furiously and burned his powerful bloodline power to transform into the powerful God-fiend overlord body. He summoned a 2-foot-long spear with a flood dragon coiling around it. It emitted a powerful ancestral aura. With an ear-piercing sound, the spear pierced towards Yi Qinfeng. Path of equipment manipulation, death scythe. Yi Qinfeng did not dodge the attack of the 3-star heavenly ancestor. Instead, he summoned the supreme-grade ancestral artifact, Death Scythe, and used the path of equipment manipulation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The ancestral runes on the Death Scythe were completely activated by the path of equipment manipulation. Its power soared instantly. Large amounts of death storms surged out of the Death Scythe, dyeing the entire void black. With one slash, the entire space was cut open by the Death Scythe. The frightening blade light was like a crack in space. It shattered the attack launched by Sky Ancestor 3-star. Sky Ancestor 3-star watched in horror as it slashed toward him. Kacha! The low-grade ancestral spear that Celestial Ancestor 3-star had used all his strength to block in front of him could not withstand the scythe's strongest strike and was directly broken. The scythe's blade, which was like a crack in space, ruthlessly slashed at Celestial Ancestor 3-star's body, shattering his god-devil tyrant body and shattering his powerful body. Silence. Incomparable silence. Long Wen and the others were dumbfounded after seeing Yi Qinfeng destroy the 3-star heavenly ancestor with one strike. They could not believe what had just happened. As for the demon clan powerhouses, they were scared out of their wits. Without thinking, they immediately burned their blood essence and fled into the distance. Die. Yi Qinfeng summoned the dragon head ancestral bow and erupted with 300 billion gene of force. He shot out several powerful ancestral swords at the fleeing demon clan powerhouses. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 1840. Top quality ancestral artifact. Sensing the deathly aura from the death god scythe, winged dragon ancestor's soul was stunned. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that Yi Qinfeng would actually possess a top-quality ancestral artifact. One had to know that the number of top-quality ancestral artifacts in the entire Void God world was extremely limited. Almost all of them were in the hands of the Overlord forces. Very few of them were circulated outside. Let's go. Let's continue on our way. Yi Qinfeng collected the remnant that was floating in the air and returned to Long Xiaotian's enormous body in a flash. He took out a clean handkerchief and wiped the blood off his hands as he spoke. All right. Long Xiaotian swayed his enormous tail and increased his speed as he rushed towards the winged dragon clan. At this moment, the way Long Wen and the rest looked at Yi Qinfeng had changed greatly. Long Hung was especially shocked. Even now, he still couldn't believe that Yi Qinfeng was an ascender from the lower realm. Amen. The 7th Protector's life tablet has shattered. The 2nd Protector of the Heavenly Imperial Clan was wearing a black robe and had a single-horned black snake coiled around his arm. His cold and arrogant face was filled with dense killing intent. He was sitting on a snake-headed throne when he suddenly discovered that the life tablet left behind by the 3-star heavenly ancestor had shattered. His face immediately turned gloomy. "What's wrong, Second Protector?" Several Almighties of the Heavenly Imperial Clan sensed that the Second Protector's body suddenly emitted a soaring, killing intent. They sensed that something was wrong and went forward to inquire. "The 7th Elder is dead." Looking at the shattered life tablet in his hand, the Second Protector's brows furrowed even tighter as he spoke in annoyance. Could it be that the Winged Dragon Clan's people have invited reinforcements? The Heavenly Imperial Clan's Almighties said in a grave voice. The 7th Elder was a 3-star heavenly ancestor. The strength of someone who could kill him definitely couldn't be underestimated. "Humph, no matter who it is, I will definitely let them die without a burial ground for daring to kill my Heavenly Imperial Clan's protector." The Second Protector's face was gloomy as he said, "Stop attacking and set up the ancestral formation. I want to see who they have invited." "Yes, Second Protector." More than 30 Heavenly Imperial Clan experts obeyed and quickly laid down a great formation outside the Winged Dragon's ancestral land that was powerful enough to kill ancestor realm powerhouses. They were waiting for Yi, Qinfeng, and the others. At the same time, more than 100 powerful figures of the Demon Clan set up the 100 Demon Formation. When the two formations hovered in midair, they immediately caused a huge change in space. A terrifying pressure crushed everything, crushing everything within a radius of a few li outside the ancestral grounds of the Winged Dragons into dust. "Patriarch, what are they doing?" Seeing the Heavenly Imperial Clans and Demonic Beast Clans experts suddenly stop attacking and set up 2 great arrays, the Winged Dragon Clan's powerhouse, who was bitterly holding on with the help of the ancestral arrays, revealed a look of surprise. "When just sent me a message. She has invited reinforcements and the 1,000 Dragons ancient array." The Patriarch of the Winged Dragon Clan said in a low voice, his eyes flickering as he held the communication formation disc in his hand. "Great!" The gloominess in the hearts of the Winged Dragon Clansmen was swept away when they heard this, and they spoke excitedly. "Patriarch, when the princess and reinforcements arrive, let's kill our way out together. I want to personally tear those invaders to pieces and avenge our dead clansmen." A dark-skinned man who looked like an iron tower said with a high fighting spirit. "Sigh, when the time comes, we'll just have to improvise." The Winged Dragon Clan's patriarch did not reveal any joy. Instead, there was a trace of worry in his voice. "Patriarch, what's wrong? Could there be some unforeseen event?" An old Winged Dragon Clansman asked suspiciously. "It's nothing. I believe that our Winged Dragon Clan will definitely be able to survive this calamity." The Winged Dragon Clan's patriarch did not tell everyone that the reinforcements that Long Wen mentioned were only 2 people. However, the sudden return of Long Xiaotian, who had disappeared for hundreds of thousands of years, still made him somewhat expectant. Time passed minute by minute. As the Winged Dragon Clansmen were adjusting their breathing and waiting, an extremely powerful and domineering dragon roar suddenly resounded outside the ancestral grounds of the Winged Dragon Clan. "Reinforcements are here." Hearing the dragon roar, the Winged Dragon Clansmen opened their eyes one after another and looked into the distance. When they saw Long Xiaotian wearing dark golden armor and holding a low-grade ancestral artifact, Dragon Spear, and Yi Qinfeng wearing a white robe with fluttering sleeves, they all cast their gazes toward the Winged Dragon Clan's patriarch, who had a solemn expression. "Patriarch, the princess can't have only invited those 2 as reinforcements, right?" The tower-like Winged Dragon Clansman widened his eyes and asked somewhat disheartenedly. The fighting spirit that had just ignited in his body had also dissipated by more than half. "Yes, when are only invited those 2 as reinforcements. But one of them is the young master of the Heavenly Dragon Clan, Long Xiaotian." The Winged Dragon Clan's patriarch nodded. Long Xiaotian? Isn't he dead? The winged dragon clansman asked with some surprise. I also thought he was dead, but he returned at the most dangerous time for our dragon clan. Perhaps his return will be a variable in the fate of our dragon clan. There was a trace of anticipation in the winged dragon clan's patriarch's voice. Everyone, be ready and follow me to kill our way out. Yes, patriarch. The winged dragon clansman stood up and said, preparing to fight to the death with the heavenly clan and the demon clan. Long Xiaotian, let's each take one of these two formations and break them. Yi Qinfeng said fearlessly as he glanced at the two formations in the air that were releasing boundless, destructive power. All right. Long Xiaotian nodded and instantly integrated the power of the ancestral dragon pearl to raise his strength to the 5-star demon ancestor realm. He held the powerful ancestral spear in his hand and attacked the most powerful ancestral slaying formation. Yi Qinfeng flapped his immortal wings and crashed into the 100 Demons formation at a speed that was more than 10 times the speed of light. Immortal wings. Looking at the immortal wings that were stirring up hurricanes and cutting the air with black feathers that were like sharp swords, a 3-star demon ancestor who was controlling the 100 Demons formation exclaimed in surprise. He was shocked that the ancestral artifact of the immortal demon ancestor had appeared. Infinite chaos. Like a shooting star, Yi Qinfeng charged towards the 100 Demons formation. The chaos divine wood, which was emitting the light of the 5 elements of chaos, appeared on Yi Qinfeng's body. It instantly turned into a towering divine wood, supporting the entire sky. With a slash, the chaotic divine wood and the 4 sacred Tao diagrams merged together. Under that attack, everything was destroyed and the sun, moon, and stars dimmed. Boom! Yi Qinfeng's infinite chaos clashed with the power of 100 demons released by the 100 Demons formation. It was like a collision of meteorites, causing the entire void to explode. Ka. Although the 100 Demons formation had merged with the power of 100 demons, it still couldn't resist the terrifying destructive power of the infinite chaos that had merged with the power of the chaotic divine wood. In the blink of an eye, the demon force unleashed by the demon array shattered. The terrifying chaotic force struck the demon array viciously, causing the entire array to tremble violently. Cracks appeared on its surface, and many of the weaker demon gods even vomited blood from the impact. Yi Qinfeng's attack broke the 100 Demons formation. Long Xiaotian's spear turned into 9 dragons and clashed with the ancestral power released by the ancestral slaying formation. The ancestral slaying formation was terrifying, but the ancestral dragon pearl wasn't an ordinary ancestral artifact. It contained the power of the ancestral dragon. With the power of the ancestral dragon pearl, Long Xiaotian's ferocious attack broke the attack of the ancestral slaying formation. This. Chapter 1841. Primitive Fetus of Taoism. Yi Qinfeng had shattered the 100 Demons formation with a single strike. He summoned his 3-star Tao ancestor primitive Tao embryo and had it hold the life and death plate and attack together with him. Life and death plate. Looking at the life and death plate above the primitive fetus of Taoism, 3-star great demon ancestor was shocked. Who is this man? He has obtained the most powerful inheritance of the immortal demon ancestor. 3-star great demon ancestor wanted to tell Golden Rock, great demon ancestor, about the inheritance of the immortal demon ancestor. However, Yi Qinfeng and the primitive fetus of Taoism attacked together. 3-star great demon ancestor could not afford to be distracted. He could only control the 100 Demons array and combine the power of the 100 demons to resist the attacks of Yi Qinfeng and the primitive fetus of Taoism. 3,000 divine fists. While the primitive embryo of Tao held the plate of life and death and crushed the 100 monster power released from the 100 monster formation, Yi Qinfeng boosted his will of Tao to the extreme and launched nearly 2,000 punches within a single moment. His punches tore through the air and landed on the 100-monster formation in a row. Once again, the formation was cracked, and over 10 weaker monster gods were killed by the shockwaves. Powerful, too powerful. That white-robed man is too powerful. Looking at the demon deities being turned into blood mist in the 100 demons array, the winged dragon clan leader gasped. He was shocked by Yi Qinfeng's combat strength. Clan leader, should we go out and help them break the 2 arrays? The winged dragon clan members were affected by the scene in front of them and asked with high fighting spirit. No need. I think their strength is enough to break the 2 arrays. What we need to do is to seal this place and not let any of them escape. The winged dragon clan leader said decisively. He led the winged dragon clan members out of the ancestral land of winged dragons and sealed the entire space, cutting off the escape route of the sky race and the demon race. Combat form. Long Xiaotian and the ancestral slaying array fought intensely for half an incense stick's worth of time. Gradually, he was suppressed by the ancestral slaying array's terrifying attack power. However, his battle intent did not diminish. He instantly ignited his powerful Saint Core and transformed into his strongest battle form. His entire body doubled in size, and his entire body was covered with thick dragon scales. His battle prowess skyrocketed. His battle prowess soared. Long Xiaotian continued to use the inherited divine abilities of the dragon clan, thrusting out spear lights that could instantly kill ordinary ancestor realm almighty experts. Like overlapping waves, they shattered the attacks of the ancestral slaying grand formation and fought fiercely. Father, I'm afraid Xiaotian won't be able to break that formation with his strength alone. Why don't you help Xiaotian? At this time, Longwen, who was wearing a black martial arts suit and looking valiant, brought the mischievous Long Ling. Erda patriarching Long sighed and pleaded softly. You should be aware of the pride of the strong. I believe that at this moment they don't want us to interfere. Ing Long shook his head and said, let's just wait and see. I believe that Xiaotian and that white-robed celestial will definitely be able to obtain the final victory. 3 ancestral flags into formation. While Yi Qinfeng and the primitive Tao embryo were fighting fiercely, the 3 ancestral flags emerged from Yi Qinfeng's body. Under his control, they turned into a powerful offensive ancestral array. How is this possible? How can he still have ancestral artifacts? Sensing the ancestral pressure from the 3 ancestral flags, 3-star great ancestor, who was controlling the 100 fiend grand formation, panicked. Yi Qinfeng's foundation had far exceeded his imagination. This was the first time he had seen someone who could control so many ancestral artifacts. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Under the attacks of the 3 ancestral banners, the 100 monsters grand array was under even greater pressure. More and more cracks appeared on its surface as more and more monster gods couldn't withstand the pressure. Their bodies were crushed by the attacks, one after another, and they perished. As more and more monster gods died, the 100 fiend grand formation's power plummeted. It was no longer a threat to Yi Qinfeng. Godless sword, break for me. Yi Qinfeng's entire body fused with the demon sealing sword as he watched the 100 beast formation shatter into pieces. His sword seized the light of heaven and earth, and his sword was invincible. He pierced through the 100 beast formation, instantly taking the lives of more than 10 beast immortals. The 100 demonic beast formation was destroyed by Yi Qinfeng's sword. The ancestral aura formed by the 3 ancestral banners surged forward like a tidal wave, engulfing the remaining monsters in an instant, destroying their bodies and cutting off their vitality. At this moment of life and death, the monster race experts who were engulfed by the ancestral pressure used all their strength to attack desperately. They wanted to tear apart the ancestral pressure and escape. At this time, the primitive Tao embryo appeared above them with the life and death plate. With a palm strike, the life and death plate grew bigger and bigger. Like a majestic divine mountain, the life and death plate smashed into the bodies of the monster race experts. The life and death plate was an upper-grade ancestral artifact that contained the power of life and death. Apart from the 4 monster ancestors who managed to resist the fatal blow, the rest of the monster race experts were all smashed into mincemeat and killed by the life and death plate. Run! In the blink of an eye, only 4 monster race experts were left. The 4 monster ancestors were scared out of their wits. They wanted to use the blood escape technique to escape. Swish! An ear-piercing sound pierced through the air. Without waiting for them to break out and escape, Yi Qinfeng stabbed out with his soulless sword again. In an instant, the soulless sword shattered the powerful bodies of the 2 demon clan cultivators. It crushed their souls and sent them to hell. Who are you? The 3-star monster ancestor who was covered in blood trembled. He looked at Yi Qinfeng, who was walking towards him with the demon sealing sword in his hand, and asked timidly, "You are a dying man. There is no need for you to know who I am." As he spoke, Yi Qinfeng and the primitive embryo of Tao attacked the remaining 2 ancestral demon cultivators. Yi Qinfeng's attack was not fast. However, in the blink of an eye, it stabbed towards the severely injured 2-star monster ancestor and left a deep wound on his body. Time deceleration rule. Sensing that Yi Qinfeng's attack had changed the flow of time, the bleeding 2-star monster ancestor was terrified. He immediately used the blood escape technique to escape. However, the entire space had been sealed by Yi Qinfeng's 3 ancestral flags. The panicking 2-star monster ancestor could not break through the restriction of the 3 ancestral flags. As he was knocked back by the powerful restriction and trembling all over, Yi Qinfeng's fist, which was filled with 900 billion kilograms of power, smashed into his body. The terrifying power surged into his body like a flood and shattered his entire body. God-Eater brain, devour! Just as his soul was about to escape, Yi Qinfeng released a powerful suction force from his palm and sucked his soul away, turning it into nourishment for the God-Eater brain. When Yi Qinfeng killed the 2-star monster ancestor, the primitive embryo of Tao held the life-death plate and completely suppressed the 3-star monster ancestor's attacks. It continued to worsen his injuries. At this moment, Yi Qinfeng put away the demon sealing sword and summoned the dragon head ancestral bow. He shot out Tao ancestor arrows and attacked the 3-star monster ancestor's body. The 3-star monster ancestor was already at the end of his rope. He could not withstand the combined attacks of Yi Qinfeng and the primitive embryo of Tao. After a few dozen breaths of time, he could not hold on any longer. His physical body was shattered by Yi Qinfeng and the primitive embryo of Tao. His soul was devoured by the God-Eater brain. Chaos Divine would devour! After killing more than 100 monster races almighties, Yi Qinfeng summoned the Chaos Divine Wood. He controlled the Chaos Divine Wood to devour the blood chi in the air and the corpses of the monster race almighties. Chapter 1842. Not bad, not bad. The Chaos Divine Wood has condensed another Chaos Divine fruit. Although the Chaos Divine Wood was far less effective at devouring the corpses of the Yao clan's mighty figures than it was at devouring the evil race's mighty figures, and it only produced 3 Chaos Divine fruits, Yi Qinfeng was still satisfied. With these 3 Chaos Divine fruits and several middle-grade ancestral elixirs in his possession, he was confident that he could break through to the 2-star Tao ancestor realm in a short time. However, he had just broken through to the 1-star Tao ancestor realm, so he was not in a hurry to break through to the 2-star Tao ancestor realm. He was prepared to cultivate the 1-star Tao ancestor realm to the extreme and lay down the most solid cultivation foundation before breaking through to the 2-star Tao ancestor realm. This was to prevent an unstable foundation from affecting his breakthrough to the Void God realm in the future. Heavens, more than 100 demon clan experts have all disappeared. How did he do it? When Yi Qinfeng took back the 3 ancestral flags, the winged dragons discovered in a panic that over 100 powerful spirit creatures who formed the 100-spirit creature great formation were all gone. Only Yi Qinfeng in a white robe and the embryo of Dao, who was holding the life-death plate and looking like a god of war, were left. Shao Tian, I'll lend this to you. Let's end this quickly. Yi Qinfeng summoned the ancestral artifact, Death Scythe, and tossed it to Long Xiaotian, who was brimming with fighting spirit and ancestral might. Thank you, young Master Yi. With the Death Scythe in his hand, Long Xiaotian's aura became even stronger. He roared at the sky and activated all the ancestral runes on the Death Scythe. The death chi filled the air and slashed at the ancestral slaying formation. As the blade slashed down, an ear-piercing explosion resounded in the space. The world was shattered. The terrifying black blade light split apart the ancestral might gushing out from the grand formation. With a power that made people despair, it slashed down on the grand formation. Ka ka ka. After withstanding the attack of the Death Scythe, the ancestral slaying grand array that was powerful enough to kill an ancestor realm powerhouse was shattered. The terrifying blade intent poured into the ancestral slaying grand array, instantly killing several heavenly imperial race powerhouses. A top-grade ancestral artifact. After experiencing the might of the Death Scythe, Huang Er was terrified. The ancestral annihilation grand formation was the strongest, but it could not withstand the power of a top-grade ancestral artifact. Moreover, he noticed that after fighting for more than an hour, Long Xiaotian showed no signs of exhaustion. Instead, he fought more and more fiercely. He guessed that Long Xiaotian must have some amazing treasure on him that could support his high consumption of energy. In addition, more than 100 demon race mighty figures had been killed by Yi Qinfeng. This made him feel that the situation was completely out of control. He wanted to retreat and leave this place as soon as possible. Just as he surveyed his surroundings and prepared to flee, he discovered that a large number of array runes had appeared in the entire space, instantly sealing off the entire space and sealing off his escape route. In the next moment, Long Xiaotian activated the power of the ancestral dragon pearl and recovered the energy he had just expended. He held the Death Scythe in his hand and continued to slash at the ancestral slaying formation. Boom! As the saber slashed down, heaven and earth shook violently. The terrifying saber light of death dyed the world black, and a huge crack appeared in the formation. Pu-pi-yu! Under the deadly attack of the Death Scythe, another 10 or so heavenly imperial race powerhouses were blasted into a bloody mist, dying on the spot. 2 slashes took the lives of nearly 20 heavenly imperial race powerhouses, and the ancestral slaying formation collapsed on its own. Primal Chaos Divine would devour. At this moment, the Primal Chaos Divine would appear in the space of the 3 ancestral artifact restrictions. It extended a large number of 5-colored roots and released a powerful devouring power, crazily devouring the dissipating blood chi in the world. The energy level of this blood chi is too low. Yi Qinfeng realized that the Primal Chaos Divine would have devoured the blood chi and energy of more than 10 heavenly imperial race powerhouses, but there was no sign of it forming a Primal Chaos Divine fruit. He guessed that these people's cultivation levels were too low, and the blood chi and energy they contained was not enough to form a Primal Chaos Divine fruit. If the Primal Chaos Divine tree wanted to form a Primal Chaos Divine fruit, it could only devour ancestral realm powerhouses. After breaking the ancestral slaying formation with the help of the Death Scythe, Long Xiaotian was like an invincible war god. He slashed out with the Death Scythe in his hand, crazily reaping the lives of the heavenly imperial race powerhouses. After fusing with the ancestral dragon pearl, Long Xiaotian's cultivation level had reached 5-star ancestral realm. The dragon was a top-notch divine beast with an invincible physical body. His strength far surpassed Protector Huang Er and the others. In addition to the indestructible Death Scythe, in less than half an incense's time, only Protector Huang Er was left. The others were all killed by Long Xiaotian. As expected, the primal chaos divine would can only form a primal chaos divine fruit by devouring ancestral realm powerhouses. After the primal chaos divine would devoured several heavenly ancestral realm powerhouses that were killed by Long Xiaotian, it formed another 3 primal chaos divine fruits. Just you wait, the patriarch will avenge me. Protector Huang, who was severely injured and knew that he was powerless, didn't beg for mercy. He let out a long roar and ignited his Saint Core. He used his own life to launch a fatal attack on Long Xiaotian. Protector Huang, ignited his Saint Core and attacked. Long Xiaotian didn't dodge. He threw the death scythe with all his might and ruthlessly slashed at Protector Huang's body. His entire body was split open and the burning Saint Core was ignited. Devour! Protector Huang self-detonated and died. Yi Qinfeng immediately controlled the primal chaos divine to devour the remaining Saint Core energy and blood that hadn't dissipated yet. It formed another 2 primal chaos divine fruits. Not bad, not bad. The harvest is not bad. After this intense battle, the primal chaos divine would form a total of 8 primal chaos divine fruits. If these 8 primal chaos divine fruits were taken to the outside world, it would cause a huge commotion in the void god realm. Let's go down. Yi Qinfeng kept the primal chaos divine wood, the death scythe, and the 3 ancestral artifacts. He walked down from the sky with Long Xiaotian, who was covered in blood. We won. The 2 of them really massacred all the demon race and Imperial Sky clan almighties. Seeing Yi Qinfeng and Long Xiaotian descending from the sky, the people of the Winged Dragon clan were deeply impressed by their strength. They even let out a cry of relief after surviving a calamity. Xiaotian greets uncle. Long Xiaotian retracted his baleful aura and came before the Winged Dragon clan leader. He cupped his fists and bowed respectfully. Good, good, good. Xiaotian, I didn't expect you to return when my dragon clan is facing a calamity. It seems like the heavens don't want my dragon clan to perish. The Winged Dragon clan leader supported Long Xiaotian, who was bowing respectfully. Don't worry, uncle. My dragon clan will definitely survive this calamity. Long Xiaotian said confidently. Oh, right, Xiaotian, who is this? The Winged Dragon clan leader asked softly as he looked at Yi Qinfeng, who was dressed in white and had a body as straight as a steel spear. This is young master Yi Qinfeng, my benefactor. It's all thanks to young Master Yi that I was able to return to the Dragon Clan and break through to the 4-star Demon Ancestor realm. Long Xiaotian introduced. Hello, Winged Dragon Clan leader. Yi Qinfeng smiled slightly as he looked at the burly Winged Dragon Clan leader, who was exuding a powerful dragon aura, and said softly, Young Master Yi, this old man will never forget your great kindness to my dragon clan and my Winged Dragon clan. In the future, if you have any errands, my Winged Dragon clan will definitely help. The Winged Dragon clan leader lowered his posture and said gratefully, Winged Dragon clan leader is too polite. Yi Qinfeng said with a smile, By the way, uncle, how is the situation of my dragon clan now? How many clans of my dragon clan have fallen? Long Xiaotian asked. Sai, as far as I know, the Black Dragon clan, Flood Dragon clan, Hornless Dragon clan, and Dragon Snake clan have all fallen, and the Heavenly Dragon clan and Silver Dragon clan are not in a good situation either. The Winged Dragon clan leader sighed softly and said, The Heavenly clan and the Demon clan are preparing to control the major clans and force the Dragon Emperor to abdicate. This bunch of wolves. Long Xiaotian said resentfully, By the way, uncle, do you know the situation of the Dragon God Ancestor? Was he injured like what the rumors say? The rumors are true. The Dragon God Ancestor is injured and trapped. Otherwise, those thieves would not dare to invade my dragon clan with such fanfare. Winged Dragon clan leader nodded and said, Just who has such ability to injure the Dragon God Ancestor? Long Xiaotian asked. The dragon god is a void god expert. He is practically unrivaled in the void god world. I heard that it was the Imperial clan leader who took action. Furthermore, the Golden Rock demonic ancestor has also appeared in my dragon world. Winged Dragon Clan leader said. Supreme Emperor Heaven, Golden Rock demonic ancestor, they actually came. Long Xiaotian's face sank, revealing a grave expression. Even Yi Qinfeng revealed a shocked expression. Compared to the Golden Rock demonic ancestor, Supreme Emperor Heaven is even more terrifying. There are rumors that he is the peak existence of this world. Even Tai Yi is not his opponent. Chapter 1843. 3 days later, Yi Qinfeng and Long Xiaotian left the winged dragon race and rushed to the heavenly dragon race. Since the heavenly dragon race was one of the 4 higher races of the dragon race and had a 6-star fiend emperor overseeing it, as well as the might of the heavenly dragon race's ancestral land, the celestial race and the fiend race didn't dare to directly invade with great fanfare. Young Master Yi, I've implicated you this time. If Supreme Emperor Heaven really comes, you should quickly leave the dragon world. Facing a legendary figure like Supreme Emperor Heaven, even with Long Xiaotian's unruly personality, he couldn't help but feel fearful. He sighed softly. Don't be so pessimistic. The one who injured the dragon god shouldn't be Supreme Emperor Heaven's true body. As long as we can find the dragon god and heal his injuries, the dragon race still has a chance to reverse the situation, Yi Qinfeng said. Young Master Yi, how do you know that the one who injured the dragon god ancestor isn't Supreme Emperor Heaven's true body? Long Xiaotian asked in surprise. I contacted Gu Taiyuan a few days ago and asked him about some things. Just yesterday, he told me that according to the ancient race's old patriarch, Supreme Emperor Heaven's true body had been in the Tomb of Massacre for a few years. Therefore, I believe that the one who came to the dragon world is not Supreme Emperor Heaven's true body, but a clone. Therefore, our top priority is to find the dragon god. Only then can we stabilize the situation, Yi Qinfeng said. Perhaps my father knows where the dragon god ancestor is. A glimmer of hope appeared in Long Xiaotian's heart. He increased his speed and rushed to the heavenly dragon city with Yi Qinfeng. 2 days later, Yi Qinfeng and Long Xiaotian changed their appearances and appeared outside the heavenly dragon city. They followed an ancient and incomparably wide stone path and entered the main city of the heavenly dragon race. So quiet. After entering the heavenly dragon city, Yi Qinfeng and Long Xiaotian discovered that the entire heavenly dragon city was very quiet. The shops on both sides of the street were all closed, and they could see the people of the dragon race on the streets. However, although the streets of heavenly dragon city were quiet, there were no traces of battle. This made Long Xiaotian's heart slightly relax. Halt! Who are you? What are you doing in Sky Dragon City? Before they had gone far, a ferocious voice entered their ears. 3 powerful figures of the demon clan, dressed in long black robes, exuding a scorching aura that incinerated the air around them, blocked Yi Qinfeng's path and spoke coldly. What? Do I need your permission to come to Sky Dragon City? Long Xiaotian's eyes were filled with viciousness as he glared at the 3 demon race mighty figures. You! When they met Long Xiaotian's eyes, which were as sharp as swords, the 3 demon clan cultivators instantly sensed a strong sense of danger. All the hair on their bodies stood on end. Just as they were about to run away and ask for help, Yi Qinfeng sealed the entire space with his foot. Then, an unimaginable force pressed down on their bodies. With the sound of bones breaking, the 3 monster race mighty figures were knocked unconscious before they could even wail. Soul Search. Yi Qinfeng kept the 3 unconscious people into the universe realm. A powerful soul search power appeared in his palm and surged into the 3 people's soul sea, forcefully searching their souls. How is it, young Master Yi? What is the current situation of my heavenly dragon clan? Seeing Yi Qinfeng search their souls, shatter their heads, shatter their souls, and melt their corpses with the true spirit, sacred fire, Long Xiaotian immediately asked, Heavenly Dragon Clan is being divided by the Demon Clan and the Tian Clan. Yi Qinfeng said, Right now, your Heavenly Dragon Race's great clan elder Long Yan has already betrayed you, and is currently forcing your father to hand over the position of Heavenly Dragon Race, and the people of Demon Clan and Tian Clan have also lost their patience with your father. If he does not compromise, they might use force to control the Heavenly Dragon Race. Damn it, that Long Yan actually betrayed his master for glory and betrayed my Heavenly Dragon Clan. Long Xiaotian said angrily, Young Master, why don't we just kill our way in? No, I have a feeling that the Tian Clan and the Demon Clan did not place their hopes on Long Yan to persuade your father. They should still have some hidden cards. Yi Qinfeng shook his head. During this period of time, we should still find an opportunity to sneak into your Sky Dragon Palace and make sure that your father and clansmen are fine. All right, then let that traitor Long Yan live for a few more days. Long Xiaotian nodded his head. When the night came, he followed Yi Qinfeng out of the universe realm and appeared outside, looking for an opportunity to sneak into the Sky Dragon Palace. As he walked, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in front of Long Xiaotian. Looking at this person, Long Xiaotian's sharp eyes shot out a dense killing intent. What's wrong, Xiaotian? Yi Qinfeng turned his head to look at Long Xiaotian, who had a fierce look in his eyes, and asked in a low voice, I saw Long Yan's son. Long Xiaotian said coldly, What a coincidence. Yi Qinfeng revealed a faint smile. He was just thinking about how to sneak into the Sky Dragon Palace when Long Yan's son came knocking on his door. Since the heavens have given us such a great gift, then let's accept it. After saying that, Yi Qinfeng and Long Xiaotian slowly walked over. Damn it, did you find out which clan that woman is from? Long Feng, who was wearing a luxurious robe and exuding a faint dragon aura, asked loudly. Yes, young Master Feng, the woman you have your eyes on is the youngest daughter of the Zhua clan in the East City. An old man wearing a gray robe with scales on his forehead said in a low voice, Come, let's go to the Zhua clan. None of the women I have my eyes on can escape from my grasp. Long Feng said in a hedonistic manner, Young Master Feng, isn't it a little inappropriate for us to go directly to the Zhua clan to snatch her away? After all, the Zhua clan has a good relationship with the patriarch and belongs to his bloodline. If we touch the Zhua clan now, will there be any unforeseen circumstances? The gray-robed old man said cautiously, What's there to be afraid of? Long Feng sneered and said, That old thing, the dragon Leviathan, can't even protect himself. Soon, my father will become the patriarch of the Heavenly Dragon Clan. When that time comes, I will deal with his bloodline one by one. Just as the arrogant Long Feng and the rest walked into a more remote alley, they suddenly felt that the space in the alley had changed. Oh no, there's danger. Long Feng and the other two immediately became alert when they felt that the space within a 1-mile radius had been sealed. At this moment, a crack appeared in the sealed space, and Yi Qinfeng and Long Xiaotian walked in slowly. Long Xiaotian, why are you here? Aren't you already dead? When Long Feng saw Long Xiaotian's familiar face, he recognized him at a glance. His eyes were wide open as if he had seen a ghost. What? Are you surprised? How can I bear to die if I don't kill all of you wolves? As he spoke, Long Xiaotian's body exploded with a shocking force. It was like a huge wave that could topple mountains and overturn seas, sweeping towards Long Feng and the other two. Young Master, we'll help you block him. Quickly use the unique treasure to open the seal and leave this place. Feeling the destructive force that exploded from Long Xiaotian's body, the two gray-robed old men's faces changed drastically. Without hesitation, they stood in front of the panicking Long Xiaotian and urged him loudly. Why? Are you still trying to run? Long Xiaotian took a step forward and instantly intertwined with an afterimage. His hands turned into sharp dragon claws and grabbed at the two gray-robed old men who were blocking him. Although the two gray-robed old men had reached the peak of the one-star demon ancestor realm, they were still a far cry from Long Xiaotian, who was a four-star demon ancestor realm. Poof! Poof! In the blink of an eye, the two gray-robed old men's attacks were broken. Their bodies were crushed by the sharp dragon claws. Chaos Divine would devour! Just as the two gray-robed old men were about to self-destruct their sacred cores, Yi Qinfeng summoned the Chaos Divine Wood. It extended its 5-colored roots and broke into their bodies. It sealed their sacred cores and devoured their energy madly. In the blink of an eye, the two gray-robed old men were sucked dry by the Chaos Divine Wood and died on the spot. Another Chaos Divine Fruit! After devouring the two gray-robed old men, the Chaos Divine would condense another Chaos Divine Wood. Witnessing the scene of the two gray-robed old men being sucked dry by the Chaos Divine Wood, the spineless Long Feng, who had just broken through to the one-star Dao Ancestor realm, was scared out of his wits. He wanted to take out his communication bead to ask for help. Slap! A crisp sound of a slap was heard. The moment Long Feng took out his communication bead, he was slapped away by Long Xiaotian. A large amount of blood flowed out of his mouth. Chapter 1844. Xiaotian, this person is still useful. Don't kill him yet. Just as Long Xiaotian was about to break Long Feng's neck, Yi Qinfeng spoke. All right, then I'll leave him with his worthless life. Long Xiaotian suppressed the killing intent in his heart and handed him over to Yi Qinfeng. Staring at Long Feng, Yi Qinfeng's eyes shot out a powerful illusion Dao insight. He instantly transformed himself into Long Feng and used the God-Eater brain to perform a soul search on him. Let's go. We'll enter the Sky Dragon Mansion tonight. After speaking, Yi Qinfeng teleported the unconscious Long Feng and Long Xiaotian into the universe realm, dispelled the spatial restriction, and walked towards the Sky Dragon Mansion that was shrouded in haze. Young Master Long Feng, why are you here so late at night? Seeing Yi Qinfeng walking in the dark night, the guards guarding the Sky Dragon Mansion, who secretly sided with Long Yen, revealed a surprised expression and asked through voice transmissions, I'm here to look for Long Zhiling. Yi Qinfeng said with his hands behind his back. After speaking, Yi Qinfeng arrogantly walked into the quiet Sky Dragon Mansion under the troubled gazes of the guards. After smoothly entering the Sky Dragon Mansion, Yi Qinfeng walked along a long corridor that was covered in ancient vines. As he walked, he controlled the God-Eater brain to deduce the location of the Sky Dragon Patriarch Long Kun. So many restrictions. When the God-Eater brain's rapid deduction enveloped the entire Sky Dragon Mansion, he unexpectedly discovered that the depths of the mansion were shrouded in layers of restrictions that blocked the soul force released by the God-Eater brain. But he didn't dare to control the God-Eater brain to forcefully pass through the restrictions. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to think of another way. Long Feng, what are you doing here? You're not welcome here. As he walked, a cold voice entered Yi Qinfeng's ears. Following the source of the voice, Yi Qinfeng saw a one-star demon ancestor realm woman wearing black soft armor standing under the moonlight and glaring at him. Under the outline of the black soft armor, the woman's two peaks and slender breasts were perfectly accentuated. Her tight black pants made her slender legs even more enchanting, especially the exaggerated curve of her buttocks. People couldn't help but stare at them. And Long Zhiling. Looking at the sexy and enchanting woman, Yi Qinfeng immediately recognized her. She was Long Feng's dream goddess, known as the #1 beauty of the heavenly dragon race, Long Xiaotian's younger sister, Long Zhiling. I'm here for you. Thinking about Long Zhiling's identity, Yi Qinfeng's eyes lit up as he slowly walked over. Long Feng, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Long Zhiling looked at Yi Qinfeng with fire in her eyes as she gritted her teeth and said, Long Zhiling, if you want to save your father, come with me. Yi Qinfeng glanced at Long Zhiling's hot figure, then turned around and walked towards the inner lake of the Sky Dragon Mansion. Hearing Yi Qinfeng's words, Long Zhiling's brows tightly knitted together. However, thinking about the situation of the heavenly dragon race and her father, she hesitated for a moment before following Yi Qinfeng to the inner lake. She wanted to see what tricks he was going to play. Buzz, buzz, buzz. When Long Zhiling followed Yi Qinfeng to the quiet inner lake, she suddenly felt that the entire space had changed. The vast inner lake had disappeared. In the next moment, Yi Qinfeng suddenly turned around and attacked her with a force of over 900 billion jin. You're courting death. Suddenly facing an attack, Long Zhiling didn't panic. She instantly ignited her powerful bloodline power and transformed into her battle form. Large amounts of dragon scales covered her slender arms as she welcomed Yi Qinfeng's fist. Boom! After a head-on collision, the dragon scales covering Long Zhiling's arms were instantly shattered. The terrifying force ruthlessly bombarded her body and sent her flying, crashing heavily into the spatial wall behind her. How can you be so strong? Although they were both one-star demon ancestors, Long Zhiling was confident that her strength far surpassed Long Feng's. She couldn't accept being sent flying with a single punch. Just as Long Zhiling was struggling to get up, Yi Qinfeng suddenly appeared in front of her and summoned the Chaos Divine Wood to suppress her body, making her unable to move. Sorry. Yi Qinfeng was afraid of alerting the enemy. Without hesitation, he struck Long Zhiling's head with his palm and knocked her unconscious into the universe realm. Zhiling! Long Xiaotian, who was anxiously waiting in the universe realm, saw Yi Qinfeng carrying the unconscious Long Zhiling in the universe realm. His heart tightened as he immediately ran over. Don't worry, your sister is fine. I was just afraid of exposing my identity, so I knocked her unconscious and brought her in. Yi Qinfeng explained as he extended a finger and tapped on Long Zhiling's forehead, using the spiritual pearl of life to wake her up from her coma. Aha! Long Zhiling woke up from her coma. It was as if she had thought of something terrifying. She let out a shriek and covered her body with her hands. She glared at Yi Qinfeng with teary eyes and looked angrily at him. When she saw Long Xiaotian, who was beside Yi Qinfeng, she was stunned as if she had been electrocuted. Brother. Long Zhiling rubbed her eyes as she looked at Long Xiaotian in shock. She couldn't believe that she could see Long Xiaotian at this moment. Zhiling, it's me. I'm back. Long Xiaotian gently hugged Long Zhiling's soft body in his arms as he gently stroked her head and said dotingly, Brother, where have you been all these years? We all thought you. Looking at Long Xiaotian's familiar face, Long Zhiling's eyes were wet as she was so emotional that she couldn't speak. Sigh, I'll tell you about my experiences all these years when I have time. What we need to do now is to solve the crisis of my heavenly dragon tribe. Long Xiaotian said softly. That's right. We need your help. Bring me to see the patriarch of the heavenly dragon tribe. Yi Qinfeng nodded as he recovered his true appearance. You are. Long Zhiling's eyes widened as she looked at Yi Qinfeng, who had changed his appearance. Young Master Yi is my benefactor and is someone I can absolutely trust. If my heavenly dragon tribe wants to get through this crisis, we still need to rely on young Master Ye's help. Long Xiaotian simply told Long Zhiling the whole story. All right, since brother has said so, I'll bring you to see father. However, there are people from Long Yen around father's courtyard. We must be careful and not be discovered. Long Zhiling was clear about their situation and said cautiously, Don't worry. When I see your father, I'll send him to this space. There won't be any accidents. Yi Qinfeng smiled as he told the beautiful Long Zhiling his plan. All right, then let me out. I'll go see father now. After saying that, Yi Qianfeng sent Long Zhiling out of the universe realm and hid the universe realm on her body. He followed her to the courtyard where Long Kuan lived. "Miss, why are you here so late?" When Long Zhiling arrived outside the courtyard, 2 guards wearing golden armor and holding spears immediately stopped Long Zhiling and asked in a questioning tone, "What? This heavenly dragon manor is my home. I can go wherever I want. Do I need your permission?" Long Zhiling looked at the 2 guards who had secretly sided with Long Yen and said coldly, "Get lost. If you speak any more nonsense, I'll twist your heads off and feed them to the dogs." Chapter 1845. Zhiling, why are you here? Looking at the blushing Long Zhiling who barged into the house, Long Kuan opened his tightly shut eyes and said dotingly, "Father, quickly open the restrictions in the house. I have something important to tell you." Long Zhiling said hurriedly through telepathy, "All right." Long Kuan looked at Long Zhiling in surprise. He nodded his head and opened the restrictions in the house. "Father, don't resist. I'll bring you to a place." Once the restrictions were opened, Long Zhiling came to Long Kuan's side. She gently grabbed his arm and entered the universe realm with him. This is, looking at the fairyland-like world in front of him and feeling the changes in time, Long Kuan's eyes widened in shock. Unfilial son, Shao Tian greets father. At this moment, Long Shao Tian appeared and knelt on the ground. He respectfully kowtowed 3 times to Long Kuan. "Shao Tian, you're Shao Tian." Looking at Long Shao Yan's familiar face, Long Kuan's heart was in turmoil. He would never have thought that he would see Long Shao Tian who had been missing for hundreds of thousands of years at this moment. "It's my son. I'm back." Long Shao Tian looked at Long Kuan's excited face and was equally excited. "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back," Long Kuan said emotionally as he helped Long Shao Tian up. "Father, this is young Master Yi. If not for him, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to come back in my lifetime." Long Shao Tian pointed at Yi Qianfeng and introduced him softly. "Young Master Yi, I'll remember your kindness in my heart. If there's a chance, I'll definitely repay you." Long Kuan said gratefully, "Uncle Long, you're too kind." Yi Qianfeng smiled and said, "We're back this time to help the dragon tribe tide over this catastrophe. Sai, the enemy is too strong. It's very difficult for the dragon tribe to reverse the situation." Long Kuan sighed softly. "Where there's a will, there's a way. I believe that the heavens will protect the dragon tribe." Yi Qianfeng smiled and said, "By the way, Uncle Long, you don't look well. Why don't you let me check your body?" "All right, thank you for your trouble." The flood dragon hesitated for a moment before handing his arm to Yi Qianfeng. "Uncle Dragon, if I'm not mistaken, you've been poisoned." Yi Qianfeng controlled the God-Eater brain to calculate and examine the Dragon Kuan's body. Deep inside the Dragon Kuan's bone marrow, he found hard-to-detect but stubborn poison. "Poisoned?" Long Shao Tian and his sister's expressions changed slightly. "That's right, I was indeed poisoned." Long Kuan nodded and said, "Not only me, Zhiling, and the others were also poisoned. The Tian clan and the Demon clan were wary of my heavenly dragon ancestral land, so they borrowed the hands of that traitor Long Yen to secretly poison us. It was also because I discovered that I was poisoned that I found out that Long Yen had betrayed my heavenly dragon race. They are truly scheming. I think that the reason why the other dragon clans fell was because they used poison to control them," Yi Qianfeng muttered. "Young Master Yi, do you have a way to cure my father and sister?" Long Shao Tian asked anxiously. "It's useless. Ever since I discovered that I was poisoned, I tried all sorts of methods and consumed a large amount of precious antidote pills, but to no avail." The flood dragon shook his head and said, "Uncle Dragon, don't be so pessimistic. I can cure the poison in your body." Yi Qianfeng smiled and said, "Really?" The flood dragon's turbid eyes shot out rays of light. Long Zhiling also revealed a look of surprise. Uncle Dragon, Jilin, give me your arm. I'll cure the poison for you now. Although the poison in the Flood Dragon and Long Jiling's bodies was stubborn and could not be cured by antidote pills, Yi Qinfeng had the Chaos Divine Wood. Borrowing the Chaos Divine Wood's powerful devouring power, he could easily cure the Flood Dragon and Long Jiling. Father, sister, young Master Yi is not an ordinary person. He can definitely cure the poison in your body. Long Xiaotian looked at the hesitant Flood Dragon and Long Jiling and said, All right, then we'll leave it to you. The Flood Dragon father and daughter did not hesitate and directly handed their arms to Yi Qinfeng for him to cure them. Chaos Divine would devour. Grabbing their wrists, Yi Qinfeng immediately controlled the Chaos Divine Wood to extend its 5-colored roots into their bodies. They pierced deep into their bones and devoured the poison that had invaded their bodies. Although the process of the Chaos Divine Wood devouring the poison was painful, the Flood Dragon father and daughter did not scream or resist. They completely handed themselves over to Yi Qinfeng. After about half an hour, Yi Qinfeng retrieved the 5-colored roots and let go of their wrists. All right, Uncle Dragon, Jiling, the poison in your body has been cured. Yi Qinfeng revealed a faint smile. So fast! The Flood Dragon widened his eyes in disbelief. He could not believe that Yi Qinfeng had used less than half an hour to cure the poison that he had failed to cure even after using all his methods. However, when he carefully examined his body, he discovered that the poison that had invaded the depths of his bone marrow, like maggots and tarsal bones, had really been removed. Uncle Dragon, I have an important question to ask you. Do you know where the dragon god went? Yi Qinfeng looked at the Flood Dragon, who was in a daze, and asked, I only know that the dragon god was injured by Supreme Emperor Heaven and was trapped in some desperate situation. However, I do not know which desperate situation he is in. The Flood Dragon calmed himself down and replied, Then, Uncle Dragon, who do you think knows the whereabouts of the dragon god? Yi Qinfeng asked. I think the Dragon Emperor might know. However, the Dragon Emperor is also in a dangerous situation. Once the Heaven race and the Demon race control me and the Silver Dragon race, they will probably force him to abdicate and surround the Golden Dragon race. The Flood Dragon said, Father, what should we do? If the Golden Dragon race is swallowed up by those bastards, our dragon race will really be finished. Long Jiling said with a pale face, Young Master Yi, do you have any good ideas? Long Xiaotian cast his gaze at Yi Qinfeng, who was frowning. It's still the same words. If we want the dragon race to survive this calamity, we must find the dragon god. Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and said, I heard that the dragon god's ancestor is severely injured. Even if we find him, I'm afraid he won't be able to reverse the situation. The Flood Dragon said in a low voice, I have a way to heal the dragon god's injuries. Yi Qinfeng possessed the Life Origin Spirit Pearl. Borrowing the powerful Life Origin, he believed that he could completely heal the dragon god. Uncle Dragon, I wonder if you believe me? Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and looked at the Flood Dragon. Of course, young Master Yi has done a great favor for my heavenly dragon race. I naturally believe you. The Flood Dragon nodded and said with certainty, Since that's the case, Uncle Dragon, listen to me. Find the Heaven race or the Demon race and tell them that you are willing to submit and help them force the Dragon Emperor to abdicate. Yi Qinfeng said, This, Uncle Dragon, don't worry. No matter what method the Demon race or the Heaven race uses to control you, I have a way to help you remove it. My plan is... Yi Qinfeng set out the plan he had thought of. Chapter 1846. Early in the morning, the gentle rays of the morning sun shone over the land, waking up Sky Dragon City, which had a long history. Just as Long Kuin was about to carry out his plan, the ambitious Long Yen, who wanted to become the leader of the Heavenly Dragon Clan, and a ferocious old man in a black robe arrived at the Heavenly Dragon Manor. He had a pair of sunken eyes, a hooked nose, and gave off a ferocious feeling. The old man in black was the highest leader of the demon race in Sky Dragon tribe, the Black Phoenix demon ancestor who was at the peak of the 5-star demon ancestor realm. Long Kuin, what's your decision? Are you willing to submit to the demon race and work together with us? Long Yen barged into Long Kuin's room and revealed a cold smile as he spoke in an overbearing manner. Long Yen, I think you don't want me to submit to the demon race. Long Kuin opened his eyes and looked at Long Yen, who was harboring evil intentions. However, it's a pity that I changed my mind and chose to submit. As soon as Long Kuin finished speaking, Long Yan's brows were tightly knitted together while the Black Phoenix demon ancestor revealed a surprised expression. Long Kuin, are you really willing to submit to the demon race? I think you have ulterior motives. Long Yan's eyes twitched as he spoke. Long Yan, I realize that you are really a hypocrite. You are persuading me to submit, but you are afraid that I will take over your position. Long Kuin revealed a look of disdain. Black Phoenix demon ancestor, I am willing to cooperate with you and force the Dragon Emperor to abdicate, but you have to promise me a condition. What condition? The Black Phoenix demon ancestor's deep-set eyes shot out 2 rays of demonic light as he looked at Long Kuin as though he wanted to see through his thoughts. Detoxify me and the people of Sky Dragon tribe, Long Kuin said. This is simple. I can promise you, but you have to promise me a condition. The Black Phoenix demon ancestor pondered for a while and said, Say it. I want to leave a mark in your soul to prevent you from betraying me at the crucial moment. The Black Phoenix demon ancestor said, Sure, as long as you are willing to detoxify me and the people of Sky Dragon tribe, I will let you leave a mark in my soul. Long Kuin took a deep breath and said helplessly, Since you have agreed, don't resist. I will leave a mark in your soul now. In the future, I will detoxify you and your people. The Black Phoenix demon ancestor revealed a sinister smile. Demon ancestor, do you really believe him? I can guarantee that he will not submit willingly. You must not fall into his trap, Long Yen said anxiously. Just like what the Dragon Kuin had said, he was really afraid that the Dragon Kuin would yield. If that happened, all the conditions that the Black Phoenix demon ancestor had promised him would be destroyed. If you're willing to let me imprint on your soul, I'll believe you too. Compared to the dragon flames, the value of the dragon flood dragon was much greater. Furthermore, the dragon flood dragon was willing to let the Black Phoenix demon ancestor leave a mark on his soul, which made the Black Phoenix demon ancestor lower his guard. Although Long Yan wanted to become the heavenly dragon race leader, he did not want to lose his freedom. Furthermore, he had a feeling that Long Kuin would definitely not be willing to be controlled by others. Come on. The flood dragon glanced at the exasperated Long Yan and slowly closed his eyes, allowing the Black Phoenix demon ancestor to leave a mark on his soul and control it. Demon ancestor, you can trust me now and give me the antidote, right? The Kuin dragon sighed in resignation as he sensed the existence of his soul memory. Don't worry, heavenly dragon race leader. Since I've promised you, I'll naturally give you the antidote. After successfully leaving a mark on the flood dragon's soul, the Black Phoenix demon ancestor was completely relieved. Furthermore, he still needed to rely on the flood dragon, so he did not go back on his words. He took out a bottle of antidote and handed it to him. Thank you. The flood dragon kept the bottle of antidote and thanked him softly. All right, heavenly dragon race leader, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. The Black Phoenix demon ancestor said, As long as you work wholeheartedly for my demon race, I promise that I won't treat you unfairly. With that, the Black Phoenix demon ancestor left in a good mood. Flood dragon, I didn't expect you to be such a spineless person. The cooked duck had flown away, which made Long Yen extremely angry. He gritted his teeth and said, Long Yen, have you forgotten your situation? You have to remember that without the demon race to support you, you have no value. Even if I cripple you now, the demon race won't blame me." The flood dragon looked at the sinner who had secretly poisoned him in an attempt to subvert the heavenly dragon race, and was prepared to use this opportunity to teach him a lesson. You. Long Yen was only at the peak of the 5-star demon ancestor realm, while the flood dragon had already broken through to the 6-star demon ancestor realm. In addition, the flood dragon had the heavenly dragon race's treasure. He was definitely not his match. "Kneel down." The flood dragon's face changed, revealing his majestic side as he ordered in an irresistible manner. "Not going to kneel? I'll beat you until you kneel. I'd like to see how strong your backbone is." The flood dragon did not waste any more words. He unleashed his shocking ancestral aura and launched a ferocious attack at Long Yen, whose face had changed drastically. They fought fiercely in the Sky Dragon House. The battle between them had also alarmed the experts of the Sky Dragon House and attracted many people to come and watch. Boom! A loud explosion resounded between heaven and earth. The flood dragon and Long Yen fought fiercely in the layers of restrictions. The terrifying attacks constantly shattered the void and shattered the layers of restrictions. "Long Yen, with your strength, you dare to go against me? You must be tired of living." As he spoke, the flood dragon suddenly used his killer move to break Long Yan's attacks. Then Long Yen, who was desperately trying to defend himself, was ruthlessly slapped by the flood dragon's dragon claw. He was directly slapped from midair to the ground, creating a huge crater. When Long Yen, who was covered in blood, climbed out of the crater and summoned his ancestral artifact to counterattack and wait for an opportunity to escape, the flood dragon summoned the heavenly dragon race's treasure, the upper-grade ancestral artifact, Heavenly Dragon Seal. It carried a despairing ancestral aura and ruthlessly suppressed him. Long Yan's strength was originally inferior to the flood dragon. Now that he was attacked by the Heavenly Dragon Seal, he was immediately suppressed. His powerful body immediately cracked open, and a large amount of blood gushed out like a fountain, dyeing the ground red. "Flood dragon, you can't kill me. If you kill me, my heavenly dragon race will definitely be divided." Long Yen, who could not withstand the suppression of the heavenly dragon seal, was frightened. He transformed into his battle form and struggled as he shouted at the top of his lungs. The flood dragon was unmoved by Long Yan's warning. He controlled the heavenly dragon seal to continue attacking. In the end, the flood dragon retracted the heavenly dragon seal when Long Yan's body was about to collapse. "Long Yen, I'll give you a small warning this time. If you dare to offend me again, I promise to twist off your head and feed it to the dogs." The flood dragon warned coldly as he looked at Long Yen, who was lying in a pool of blood and severely injured. At this time, Long Yen, whose life was hanging by a thread, was really afraid. He did not dare to say anything more. He endured the humiliation in his heart and left the Sky Dragon House in a sorry state. Chapter 1847. All right, I've already weakened the soul mark in your soul sea to the extreme. Even if the mark is broken, it won't be able to harm your soul. Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and withdrew his right hand from Long Kuen's head. "Young Master Yi, I'm impressed by your methods." Long Kuen carefully checked the soul mark that the Black Phoenix demon ancestor had left in his soul. When he realized that the mark was so weak that it was almost negligible, he was completely relieved. "Young Master Yi, thank you." Long Xiaotian and his sister bowed deeply to Yi Qinfeng and thanked him gratefully. "Young Master Yi, is there anything else that I should do next?" Long Kuen was completely convinced by Yi Qinfeng and asked for his opinion. "I don't think that Long Yen would be willing to give away such a fat piece of meat that is about to be eaten. He will definitely add fuel to the fire. Therefore, we have to deal with this hidden danger as soon as possible to prevent any accidents." Yi Qinfeng said after pondering for a moment, "I also want to kill that traitor Long Yen, but his identity is a little sensitive. I'm afraid that it will be very troublesome to get rid of him now." Long Kuen said with some difficulty, Yes, Uncle Long, it's indeed inconvenient for you to kill him. However, we can use the demon race to get rid of him. Yi Qinfeng revealed a sly smile and said, even if we can't get rid of him, we can still worsen their relationship. Young Master Yi, what are you going to do? Long Kuan and the rest looked at Yi Qinfeng in unison. Have you forgotten that Long Feng is now in my hands? As long as we make good use of him, he can do a lot of things for us. Yi Qinfeng said with a smile. He had already thought of a plan in his mind. In the evening, Long Feng, who was wearing white robes and had a slightly pale complexion, left Heavenly Dragon House under Yi Qinfeng's control. He returned to his own residence and brought his 2 subordinates with him as he wandered around Heavenly Dragon City, searching for an opportunity. After an entire night, Long Feng didn't find an opportunity. He helplessly returned to his house and rested for a night. The next day, he continued to wander around Sky Dragon City, looking for an opportunity. However, after wandering around for 3 days, he did not find a good opportunity. On the other hand, Yi Qinfeng had confirmed many of his guesses through his conversation with Long Yen. Long Yen did not give up and kept thinking of ways to sow discord, so as to regain control of the Heavenly Dragon race. Let's go shopping at Embroidery Street. On the evening of the 4th day, the profligate Long Feng, dressed in long white robes, brought his 2 attendants to Embroidery Street, which was the busiest place in Heavenly Dragon City at night. It was filled with the chatter of orioles and the fragrance of perfume. He was looking for an opportunity. When the arrogant Long Feng passed by Embroidery Street's largest brothel, the Nightless Building, he saw several figures of the demon clan. Long Feng remembered that one of them seemed to be Black Luan, demon ancestor's nephew, the 1-star demon ancestor, Realm Black Luan Hui. The opportunity has finally come. Yi Qinfeng sensed the situation in the outside world through Long Feng's soul and immediately gave Long Feng an order. After discovering his target, Long Feng waved a folding fan with a picture of a beauty. Accompanied by his 2 attendants, he arrogantly walked into the brightly lit, lively, and cheerful Nightless Building. Yo, young Master Long Feng, how come you have time to come today? Seeing Long Feng walk into the Nightless Tower with an arrogant expression, a beautiful woman wearing revealing clothes and heavy makeup immediately came over and said with a face full of smiles, Let Xiao Shui, and Xian Xian come over and drink with me. The cold and arrogant Long Feng glanced at the beautiful woman with heavy makeup and gave an order that could not be resisted. This! Hearing that Long Feng had ordered 3 girls, the beautiful woman with heavy makeup suddenly felt awkward. Why, the 3 of them are not here. Long Feng frowned, and his obsidian-like eyes shot out a thick chill. No. Yeah, and Xian Xian were just ordered by other guests. I'll let Xiao Shui and Fei accompany you to drink, young Master Long, okay? The beautiful woman with heavy makeup explained with a smile. Damn it, I'm not in a good mood today. If I don't see the 3 of them, don't blame me for tearing down your Nightless Building. Long Feng suddenly grabbed the neck of the beautiful woman with heavy makeup with his right hand and glared at her fiercely as he warned her coldly. Yes, young Master Long Feng, please calm down. I'll arrange it now. Thinking of Long Feng's identity and feeling the murderous aura from him, the beautiful woman with a red face did not dare to offend him. She squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. If I don't see the 3 of them in half an hour, don't blame me for being impolite. After saying that, Long Feng led his 2 attendants to a room on the top floor with ease. Bam! Long Feng had just poured a glass of wine when the tightly shut door was pushed open by brute force. 2 ferocious, powerful figures of the demon clan walked in angrily. It's you! When they saw Long Feng in the room, they immediately recognized him and revealed a look of surprise. However, when they thought of the dragon Leviathan being controlled by the demon clan, the surprise on their faces was immediately replaced by contempt. Long Feng, the 2 ladies you ordered are serving young Master Hui. If you know what's good for you, you'd better behave yourself. Otherwise, if you offend young Master Hui, you'll suffer." The two powerful figures of the demon clan warned Long Feng coldly and prepared to leave. "Damn it! Who are you to talk to me like that? Do you believe that I'll twist off your dog heads and use them as chamber pots?" Long Feng crushed the jade wine glass and said arrogantly, "Well, Long Feng, how dare you scold us?" The two powerful figures of the demon clan suddenly changed their expressions and said coldly, "So what if I scold you? I dare to kill you." The two powerful figures of the demon clan were only at the level of a 5-star demon immortal. There was a huge gap in strength between them and Long Feng, who was at the level of a 1-star demon ancestor. In the blink of an eye, Long Feng appeared in front of them. He stretched out his hands that had turned into sharp dragon claws and pierced their chests. When they were suddenly attacked by Long Feng, the two instinctively wanted to dodge. However, the moment they dodged, an unimaginable force of the ancestral dragon pressed down on their bodies and suppressed their bodies, greatly slowing their movements. Puff! Puff! The sharp dragon claws broke through the defenses of their bodies and pierced into their chests, grabbing their hearts. Under the disbelieving gaze of the two of them, the two rapidly beating hearts were crushed. In the next moment, Long Feng's head turned into a dragon's head. It let out a dragon's roar that could pierce through clouds and shatter rocks. It smashed into their soul seas and scattered their souls. The room, which was made of special materials, was shaken to the point that it almost collapsed. Young Master Feng, what's wrong with you?" Seeing the scene in front of them, the two followers of Long Feng were scared silly. They looked at Long Feng in a daze, and large amounts of cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. "Damn it, who is it? How dare you kill the people of my demon clan?" When the two powerful figures of the demon clan had their souls shattered by Long Feng's roar, Hail Wan Hui, who was drinking wine, immediately felt it. An ancestral might that was not weaker than Long Feng's erupted from his body. He appeared outside the broken room with a murderous aura. "Long Feng, how dare you kill the people of my demon clan?" Seeing that the person who killed the powerful figures of the demon clan was actually Long Feng, the son of Long Yen, Hail Wan Hui was even more furious. "So what if I killed them? This is the world of my heavenly dragon clan. It's not your turn to behave atrociously." Long Feng, whose mind was controlled by Yi Qin Feng, said unyieldingly, "If you know what's good for you, quickly get out of here. Otherwise, I'll tear you to pieces." Good. I didn't expect you to be so stubborn. Let's see if you can still laugh in a while. Chapter 1848. Humph! You want to hurt me with such a weak attack. Long Feng did not dodge Hail Wan Hui's punch and allowed it to land on his chest. However, it was blocked by a layer of powerful ancestral aura. Yes, ancestral battle armor. Looking at the powerful ancestral runes flowing on the surface of Long Feng's body, Hail Wan Hui was shocked. His expression turned gloomy. He hadn't expected Long Feng to be wearing a priceless ancestral artifact battle armor that even his uncle didn't have. This ancestral battle armor was the ancestral battle armor that Yi Chen Feng had lent to Long Feng. With this ancestral battle armor, Long Feng was almost invincible. Array flag seal. While Hail Wan Hui was still in shock, Long Feng summoned a low-grade ancestral flag that Yi Chen Feng had lent him. He quickly waved it, forming a large number of runes that sealed the entire space, sealing off Hail Wan Hui and the others' escape route. "Long Feng, are you courting death? Aren't you afraid that my uncle will exterminate your entire family?" Hail Wan Hui felt uneasy when he saw the space being sealed by Long Feng's low-grade ancestral flag. He didn't expect Long Feng to have two ancestral artifacts. "Why are you afraid?" Long Feng's face was filled with hatred. "You brought this upon yourselves. You can only blame yourselves for giving up on my father and choosing that old bastard Long Feng. Young master, don't mess around. Quickly stop. Long Feng's two followers sensed the seriousness of the situation and quickly stood in front of Long Feng to dissuade him. "Get lost, or I will kill you too." Long Feng's eyes turned blood red as he stared at the two followers and said in a cold voice, "Young master, what's wrong with you? Wake up." The two followers were about to go crazy. If Long Feng really killed He Luanhui, the consequences would be too severe. He Luan, demonic ancestor, might really slaughter their entire family. "You don't want to get out of my way? Then die." Long Feng roared, and two sharp dragon claws burst out of his body, tearing through the air and grabbing at the two followers in front of him. The two followers were only ordinary immortal realm great demons. They couldn't withstand Long Feng's attack at all. In the blink of an eye, their defenses were broken by the incomparably sharp dragon claws, and their bodies were pierced through. Bang, bang! The two followers of Long Feng exploded into two clouds of blood mist and died on the spot. "Lunatic! This Long Feng is definitely crazy." Seeing that Long Feng even killed his subordinates, He Luanhui smelled a strong sense of danger. He quickly sent a message to He Luan, demon ancestor, for help. "All of you can go to hell too." While He Luanhui was transmitting the message, Long Feng, whose killing intent had been stimulated by Yi Qin Feng, roared and released his killing intent. Wielding the flying immortal sword, he slashed at He Luanhui's trio, another ancestral artifact. He Luanhui panicked when he felt the shocking ancestral power emanating from the flying immortal sword. Although he had never taken Long Feng seriously, Long Feng now had two ancestral artifacts which posed a fatal threat to him. Chi! With a slash, the extremely sharp flying immortal sword cut a deep sword mark in the air. The sword cut a great demon race expert who couldn't dodge in time into two halves. His soul was even crushed by the flying immortal sword's remaining power, and he died on the spot. After killing one person with a slash, Long Feng followed up the victory and attacked with all his might with the flying immortal sword. In an instant, several incomparably sharp sword marks appeared, cutting through all obstacles and chopping another great demon race expert into pieces. He couldn't be more dead. "Long Feng, I'm warning you. I've already told my uncle what happened here. He'll be here soon. If you dare to hurt me, my uncle will exterminate your entire family." He Luanhui was really scared after Long Feng killed two people in the blink of an eye. He immediately used He Luan, demon ancestor, to pressure Long Feng. "It doesn't matter who comes. You're going to die today." In the face of He Luanhui's warning, Long Feng was unmoved. He instantly transformed into his strongest battle form and recovered the energy he had used to attack He Luanhui with all his might. Black Luan's sacred fire. As Long Feng attacked, He Luanhui used his unpredictable speed to dodge, while spitting out scorching Black Luan sacred fire that was comparable to the sky-piercing sacred fire. Although the Black Luan sacred fire was powerful, it couldn't break the defense of the ancestral armor and hurt Long Feng's body. Roar! When He Luanhui was dodging with all his might, Long Feng suddenly let out an earth-shattering dragon roar that reverberated in the 9 heavens. It bombarded He Luanhui at close range. Buzz! After being attacked by Long Feng's continuous dragon roar, He Luanhui's soul immediately trembled, and his dodging speed was affected. At this moment, an invincible sword ray flashed by and slashed at He Luanhui, whose reaction was slightly delayed. At the critical moment, He Luanhui, who had smelled a strong sense of danger, instinctively tried to dodge, but the flying fairy sword moved too fast. In the blink of an eye, it had cut off his shoulder and left arm, and a large amount of blood spurted out like a fountain. "Arg! Long Feng, you bastard! Just you wait. My uncle will definitely avenge me," He Luanhui said in a trembling voice as his arm was cut off by the flying fairy sword. He was in so much pain that his face turned pale. "Humph! Someone will take care of your uncle, but you won't live to see that day." After cutting off He Luanhui's arm, Long Feng chased after him. He didn't care about the consumption of his body and constantly activated the attack power of the flying fairy sword to chase after He Luanhui, who was running away in panic. In order to buy time, He Luanhui used all his powerful trump cards to block the attack of the flying fairy sword. However, the flying fairy sword was a middle-grade ancestral artifact. It was not something that ordinary defensive trump cards could block. Under the attack of the flying fairy sword, He Luanhui's defensive trump cards were shattered one by one. His right leg was cut off by the flying fairy sword again. Life ignition. His right leg and left arm were cut off by the flying fairy sword. He Luanhui, whose life was hanging by a thread, used the secret technique of the He Luan clan. He burned his life and activated his strength to fight with all his strength. Streaks of He Luan phantoms, filled with life energy, broke out of his body and attacked Long Feng, trying to force him back. However, He Luanhui didn't have an ancestral artifact. No matter what secret technique he used, he couldn't break through the defense of the ancestral armor. Under the attack of the flying fairy sword light, which was like the waning moon in the sky, the Black Luan phantom was directly cut down by the flying fairy sword light. The terrifying remaining power forced the severely injured Black Luan Hui to dodge in a sorry state. However, the moment he dodged, a powerful dizziness suddenly blasted into his sea of soul. His soul trembled, and his mind went blank for a short time. The next moment, Long Feng swung down with the flying fairy sword. He cleaved the unresponsive He Luanhui in half, killing him on the spot. Long Feng, get out of here, quickly! The moment Long Feng killed He Luanhui, Yi Feng put away the 3 ancestral artifacts and ordered telepathically, "Yes." Long Feng, who was under Yi Feng's complete control, quickly smashed through the shattered walls and leapt into the air, fleeing into the distance with extreme speed. Not long after Long Feng fled, the He Luan ancestral artifact turned into a plume of black smoke and flew over from the distant horizon. He appeared in the shattered and empty Nightless Tower. When he saw He Luanhui's shattered body, he was completely enraged, causing the Nightless Tower to collapse.